Hey guys, how are you? This is Dr. Lisa Brewer. I am a doctor of metaphysics and divinity, so I can't write your prescription, but I can recommend a super good crystal. Listen, I'm here today to just kind of introduce to you this wonderful summit it is about to start very shortly here. It's called the Soulful Reconnection Summit, and it is meant to have a couple of days for myself and a number of the ladies that work with me and that we work together and collaborate within Lightworker Academy to kind of showcase who they are, what their capabilities are. We have everything from personal to professional development to intimacy to energetic healing to dealing with legal issues and potential legal the ramifications of such. So I want you to buckle up. I want you to grab a cup of coffee and kind of sit back and relax and listen and really take part in this and receive some empowerment, get some knowledge, get some healing on board this weekend. Completely free, by the way. So we are simulcasting this on Facebook, on X, on YouTube, on Rumble, like anywhere that I can think of. So from 1 to 5 p.m. Eastern, we're going to be doing this. There's also VIP tickets. Those VIP tickets are $29, and $20 of that is going towards the relief efforts from Hurricane Helene in North Carolina. There are a few really amazing groups of folks that I've donated to already and that I want to continue to donate so those people can continue to receive the necessary resources, medical supplies, and things like that. The VIP also, there's like well over $2,000 in VIP gifts. We have a lot of free gifts available to you as well. But in order for you to be able to get those free gifts, this is what you're going to have to do. You are going to have to sign up. You're going to have to register at soulfulreconnection.net. That's soulfulreconnection.net. When you register there, you will then be able to get access to the free gifts. You'll be able to also come backstage in the studio to have private chats with us backstage. So come on back, come on over, come on in, register. I can't wait to see you, can't wait to meet you. Join us for Soulful Reconnection on all platforms. But if you want to get access to the gifts or you want to go on and do the VIP so that you can make your donation, that would be amazing. Just go to soulfulreconnection.net. See you soon. Bye. Hello there, everyone. How are you guys doing? Happy Saturday. Welcome, 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 welcome across all platforms. I popped this up on X. Good Lord, I had forgot. I thought I had already gotten it up on X before. And no, I had not yet. So you guys, as we're coming on in the room, come on in the room. As we're coming on in the room, okay, I want to welcome you guys. I do have the backstage, the backstage group is here. So I am so sorry, guys. My eyes have just been watering like crazy today. Um, so if you have signed up via soulfulreconnection.net, you actually get to participate in a chat that only we can see. It's in the StreamYard studio, so you kind of get backstage with us. You can participate, of course, on YouTube in the chat. I should be live. Let me check on X. I think I am live on X. Let me just kind of head over there. I have at one point figured out how the heck to do this. Oh, here we go. That's right. I got to go here to the live button. Where am I going? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Like, why can't I see what's going on in my own X? I figured this out before, and for whatever reason, I don't seem to be able to figure it out now. So I just want, again, anyone that is not, just for my folks in the back, that's backstage. If you're not speaking today, come on and join us on Insta or over here on X. Okay. So you guys can, or I should say YouTube. I'm so sorry. Let me put that you. Let me go over here to the YouTube folks. Hello, and also I am on. I should be on, and I will check. Okay. Uh, I am going to it. I am going to again, anybody that's not speaking right now, today, or until later on, just join us over on YouTube if you don't mind. And I'm gonna over at Heart of Inspiration on YouTube. Okay, and I am live, I believe, on my Facebook page. So hopefully that is working. Okay, welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm gonna give you guys an idea of what's happening. Um, how it's happening, why it's happening, all across everywhere. So today and tomorrow, what we're going to be doing is we are going to be literally spending some great, amazing time with some of my very special friends. Do this. Okay, good. All right. And I see everybody on Facebook now. I mean, we're going to be spending some time with my very special friends and folks that I've worked with and collaborated with over some time now, and in various ways. And they're going to have a wonderful opportunity to be able to present to you their perspective on how one becomes a little bit more empowered, or empowerment in various areas of your life. Now, today, the coolest thing ever, who we're gonna have speaking individually today. First up is going to be Tamara Robinson, and she is the passion pleasure coach, and she's going to talk all about reclaiming the sensual self, overcoming religious and societal constraints to discover genuine pleasure. So we are kicking it off hot, and I'm waiting for this to go out over the YouTubes because it takes YouTube a hot second to let everybody know that we're here. So we're coming in hot talking about reclaiming your sensual self. And I have a little story I'm going to tell you guys in a minute, which is kind of interesting. But anyway, so that's going to be really cool. And then my friend from, oh my gosh, I've known Carrie for years. We were Leah Sophia sisters way, way, way back in the day. And Carrie has her own business now called KT Facilitation. And she is going to be talking about mastering the art of facilitation, elevating client experiences, and empowering leadership growth. So this is going to be the professional. That's going to be coming up at 2:10 p.m. Eastern. That would be 11:10 a.m. On the West Coast. The cool thing with this, guys, is just we want to cover personal and professional growth. it, I think some of us who've been in the corporate world will remember like this continuous improvement movement where, everybody was trying to do this, whole Kaizen. That's what it was, Kaizen. Like, you could be a Kaizen black belt and da 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 da, modeling everything off of Toyota over in Japan. Now, what I love about what Carrie does is Carrie teaches a very specific modality and model for facilitation. And really, facilitation is all about how we come together as leaders and as, how can I put this? As leaders and also as employees or part of the organization, and how we can strategically move the whole entire organization forward, and how we facilitate communication. So this is going to be a very, very important chat to be a part of. If you are, if you're working, 9 to 5, whatever, and especially if you're in leadership positions, but even if you're not and you kind of want to help your leaders lead, I want you to come to this and learn a few tips and tricks from Carrie. Then we're going to have a short 10-minute break. And then Rebel Taylor is going to be coming, how to manage the trauma of going to court. Now, I don't know. Maybe I should ask her also how to manage the trauma of watching these trials, because I get traumatized just watching the trials. Hello, because I'm just like, uh, this is not fair. This is not constitutionally. I think we've all become like armchair and whatever lawyers. But anyway, So, how to manage the trauma of going to court. This is so like we don't talk about this, right? How traumatic it can be potentially. And how you can feel so disempowered. So I'm really, really looking forward to her joining us today. And then the last speaker of the day is going to be myself. And I'm going to just talk about this evolution of empowerment, peeling back the layers to release this phoenix. And I want us to all feel very released and relaxed and how we are achieving our goals and manifesting the life that we very, very much desire. Also, I want us to recognize that our evolutionary steps are truly our own and are unique. And you don't have to feel ashamed about any of them, and you don't have to feel like, oh, I can only do it one way. Like, do it the way that you need to do it and heal from all of the things that you need to heal from. And then we're going to have a panel discussion today, and that panel discussion is going to be all um about empowerment, about, oh my gosh, this is really bad. Reconnecting to your soul's eternal wisdom. Okay, reconnecting to your soul's eternal wisdom. We all have some inside of us. We all are very wise people inside of us. So I want us to really connect to that and not be disempowered from it. So also what I'm going to do, I'm going to remind everybody before we get started, I'm going to remind everybody that in order to get any of the free gifts that we have going on, and that are going to be available to you, you do need to go to www, well, not actually that, but soulfulreconnection.net. Soulfulreconnection.net. Then you can sign up for free, and then you'll have access to the free gifts. And then you can come backstage with us in the StreamYard chat as well. Now, also, this is also doubling as a fundraiser for hurricane relief victims of Helene here in North Carolina. So if you sign up for the VIP, there's VIP gifts as well that you will get a private email for. And there's also a few other private chats that we have going on. You can go to soulfulreconnection.net and you can actually sign up. It's just $29. $20 of every $29 ticket actually does go to Helene victims. So I'm going to put that in the chat here. HTTPS, here, put the link, soulfulreconnection.net to sign up and get free gifts. Okay, and then we're going to drop that also in the chat. Oh, good Lord. That didn't work out so well. We're going to drop that in the chat as well, and everywhere, in YouTube as well. Okay, how are we doing? Can we please hit likes? Please share. Please do all the things so that we can get the word out and get more folks in the door here. I am really looking forward to a fantastic day. We're about 5 minutes away. I do want to say hello. Tamara's backstage, so she's saying hello. You can't see her, but I can. She's smiling and she's ready to go. Hello, Shakima. How are you? Hello, Miss Lonnie 86. How you doing? How you doing? Thank you, Michelle, for being here. Again, I really do appreciate everybody being here, chatting. X, if you guys want to chat and let me know what's happening over here on X, I would be more than happy. Why is my it's okay? I can't do it there. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to chat over here on Facebook. Normally I can see what's going on, but I can't see it. So Facebook, I'm gonna have to be coming back and forth with you just to make sure what's happening. Okay, so I do apologize for that. I'm going to actually, if Tamara's ready backstage, you want to come up a couple seconds early? Hey, Lindsay, great to see you, honey. Glad that you're here. I'm going to bring my good friend. Let me bring her thumbnail up here. I'm going to bring my good friend, Tamara Robinson, To the stage, to the stage, to the stage. I have to find here. As I'm bringing her to the stage, here we're gonna play this in the background. The cheers, the cheers, the cheers. The cheers. Hello, 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 Miss Tamara. Let me bring this down. How are you?
Hello.
They're still cheering for you in the back. They're still cheering.
It's like hello, 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 hello.
Okay, ladies. Okay, enough cheering. Enough cheering. How are you, my friend? How are
I'm
you?
good. How are you?
I'm well. I think it's got this fan going, and that's probably why my eyes are tearing. And it's just an emotional day.
It's emotional because
Yeah,
we're here.
because we're here. We're here.
Yes.
I
Happy to be here with you.
thank you. You know what? This has been a long time coming. We've known and been working with each other a year and a half now.
Yeah, a year and a half. Yeah.
Yeah, it's been about a year and a half.
And we've got a lot done. It's been good. It's been good work. It's been a lot of fun.
Yay!
In between our chats, in between. That's a summit. That's another conversation all in itself, is how we get actual work done between all of our conversations.
I have to tell, yeah. So we'll just have to be very honest and upfront. When Tamara and I do get together for what is ostensibly, coaching, business coaching, whatever it calls, we can get a whole lot done in about 15, 20 minutes, and then the rest of it is just whatever is going on in the world. It's just whatever is happening. We're really efficient with the work. And then we just talk about everything from both of us being members of the Divine Nine to all sorts of things.
I'm representing a little bit.
You are now.
This
She's
is for
representing.
love. This was I really put this on because of love and passion.
That's fair.
But
She's representing. She's representing the wonderful, fabulous. I almost called you finer women, and I know I shouldn't do that. But anyway, the
that's
fabulous
you.
women of Delta. I know it's me. See, I'm so used to saying the finer women of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and so then But you all are wonderful, wonderful,
devastating divas.
Oh, is that what y'all are? Say that again, because I didn't hear that one. What?
Devastating divas.
Oh my. Well, okay, devastating divas. All right then. Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. So this has just been an absolute pleasure to get to know you and to get to be a small part even of what you're doing in bringing this conversation of we'll just call it what it is, alpha female love, to the forefront. I want to give you guys just a really, really quick, if you haven't seen her bio on the platform on soulfulreconnection.net, which you definitely want to go there so you can get access to the free gifts that we have from all of our wonderful speakers. Just to give you a background, Tamara is a lady who has recovered, reconnected, and is in profound recognition of who she is. She's enthusiastic about living a life based on pleasure, flow, ease, and tapping into the divine feminine as her power source. She teaches men, women, and couples how to activate their turn on, heal grief in a at a body based level, which is very interesting. Reclaim the areas where they've been undermined and take their power back through sacred sexuality. Thank you so much for being here, Tamara. I
Thank
so
you
very
for
much
having
appreciate
me.
you. Thank you.
I'm excited.
Now, you guys give me some hearts and let me know. Make sure that we can hear Tamara just fine. on all platforms. If you could do that, that would be fabulous. And welcome over on X. I'm so glad to see you guys. Come on in and don't be shy. Okay, Miss Tamara, can
Yes.
you share a bit about your journey as a pleasure and intimacy coach for women over 40 and what really inspired you to focus in on this work?
Okay. So, like Dr. Lisa said, I'm a pleasure and intimacy coach, and I help women over 40 reconnect to their desires in order to experience pleasure and intimacy, or better or more pleasure and intimacy in their lives. So, the little fun thing that I like to say is I can help you heal from your past and uncover the blocks that are keeping you from these desires, or I can recommend a good pleasure toy if you're into that. If you're into that kind of thing. I don't know what words we can say because of my topic, so I'll say pleasure and the big
That's
O.
safe.
Yeah,
That's safe. Plus, I'm not sure how many little ears are up. I mean, it is, 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
true.
So,
True.
we'll be kind.
Yeah. So we'll be kind. So I have some, so I'll change some of the words. So I'll say pleasure and the big O if I need to do those types of
Okay.
things.
Sounds good.
So the journey, to answer your question, my journey to becoming a pleasure and intimacy coach, the main reason that I wanted to do this is because I wanted to be for women. Like I do coach men as well, but I wanted to be for women what I needed on my journey. Because one of the things that I guess we'll get to is that was mentioned in the title is religious constraints. So I was raised in the church, and hearing all of the the constraints about being a woman and your being in touch with your pleasure and your intimate and your level of intimacy, and all of that being bad or wrong or evil even, and then being married and going through the ups and downs of marriage, and then being divorced and being a mother, and it's like all of these different titles that get added onto your life, but really what we need to connect to is being a woman. And once we connect with being a woman, it's like, okay, what does that mean? What does that look like? And I had to take time to reconnect to who Tamara was and what Tamara desired and what Tamara enjoyed. And that was a lot. And I did get coaching. Of course, I started with the religious route, but that really wasn't getting me to where I needed to be. And then when I left, I haven't been to an actual church structure service. So that's it's a little tap. Maybe we'll talk about that too. I don't know. That's come up in some of our discussions, but I still have a relationship with God. I still have a relationship with a higher source, a higher power. And I think that's important as well. So, but also on my journey, I have had, mentors and coaches and people that have guided me to where I felt comfortable with myself. And so because of that journey, I wanted to then give to other women what I needed during my journey.
Wow. That is so important. I think the thing that what everyone's going to find as a result of these next couple of days, if they haven't already figured it out yet, is one of the beautiful things about what we all get to do is we get to take our personal, professional, what our whole experiences and our healing journey, and then we get to take that healing journey and help others on their journey. you know
Mhm.
the names and the places and the faces might be different, but the energies and the frequencies and the result harm is pretty well the same. So that's what I love about how unique that all of us are, but also it's kind of like we can take the things that we've done and we've been through and then say, I get it.
Yep.
This isn't some cookie cutter or whatever. We've actually lived it and then had to implement it.
Yes.
So I just want everyone to know that you all, that's why we're going to talk about eternal wisdom. All of you have that within you, but
Mhm.
it's really great to connect, right,
Yes.
with folks. So I'm thoroughly enjoying that. Now, why do you believe
Oh, let's
that pleasure and
get into it.
intimacy are especially important for us women of a certain age over 40?
Well, It's important for all ages. I'll say that. It's important for all ages. It's just that for some reason, when you get over the age of 40, it's like I don't know. I've heard on social media, people even at the age of 30, they think they're old or they think life is over. And 40, they think you should just hang it up. And now that I just turned 50 in April, and they think at 50, you should just like, why are you even
Listen,
existing?
welcome to
You
the
know,
50 Club, girl. 50 and over. It's 50 and fabulous. I
50 fabulous.
I have
Okay.
had more fun now in my 50s than I think ever.
Ever. Because we have more wisdom. And we
Whoop,
know.
whoop.
Let me pause. Let me pause on that. We have more wisdom. We're not out here. Yes, in your 20s, you're supposed to enjoy your 20s, enjoy your life. And in your 30s, maybe you're in a relationship or getting married or having kids. And then in your 40s, there's another level of wisdom. But now I just entered 50. So I've only had a couple months in, but looking back on my 40s, I realized that the knowledge and the wisdom and the love of myself that I gained in my 40s is now helping me in my 50s and beyond. And I think it's so important because life. I'll say, I hope this doesn't sound too morbid, but life ends when it ends. If you're still living, if you're still here, there's still life to live. Life doesn't end at a certain age. It doesn't end when you become a mother, because I've heard that too. And it doesn't end for any other reason except that it ends. So the reason why I feel like tapping into pleasure and intimacy over the age of 40, and I guess I can get into why I chose that, but it's so important because why not? I mean, we have these bodies, we can love these bodies. And the more you love yourself, the more you can connect with your pleasure and your intimacy. And real quick as to why I wanted to work with women over 40 is because of life experience, but also looking back on my life, I feel like I had I call it a sexual awakening, or a pleasurable awakening.
We're more than 10 minutes in, so we should be okay. Don't worry about it.
That might. I'll try not to let that.
I need
slip
to keep my beeper for you. I forgot to put that over here for you. Go ahead, honey.
A pleasure. I'll mute myself. I had my pleasurable awakening at 40 not because I was just going crazy and wild or anything, but because I had a full understanding of who I was as someone. By the age of 40, I had been married, a mother, and I had been divorced, and I did not know who Tamara was. Like I remember a day where I looked in the mirror and I didn't know who I was. I didn't like who I was. I hated myself. And it was almost like at 40, there was like a page, like I turned the page on learning how to love myself again. And so I feel like at 40, we've experienced so much in life. And there's so many things coming at us, telling us that what we can't do, what we can't have, what we shouldn't want. Why not increase the turn on at 40? Don't decrease it, or don't shy away from it.
Right. I completely agree with you. Because it's so different. Life is so different.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna come back to a couple of things. So I want to get into some of this really deeply. So this understanding, like this kind of constraints, right? So you talked about being in the church, you talked about that sort of thing. I want to talk about, what do you find are some of the most common religious teachings that you see as being very that's affecting, especially for women, our adult expression and pleasure.
I like that. Adult expression. I have to write that down.
On the fly.
That's why you're my coach, because you drop nuggets like that. Adult expressions. So, well, okay. So I can take it from scripture. Do you want me to? I can.
Yeah, please.
Okay. So one of the scriptures, there's two that came up when I was preparing my notes for the talk. So if you see me looking down, I'm looking at my notes. So just so I can stay on track. So the first one is 2 Corinthians 11:2. And that one is, I promised you to one husband, to Christ, so that I might present you as a pure virgin to him. And that's really, it's misunderstood as a purity, as a scripture of purity. And really, it's a lot of these things I've noticed is that it's the pressure is on women to abide by these rules and regulations, and not so much men. So I have a little, yeah. Well, anyway, I'll get into that in a minute. So, but really, so what happens with that scripture, if you're constantly telling women to be pure and only be with one man and only, don't deny yourself, deny who you are, deny everything that makes you a woman, and just be pure and cover yourself up. That's another thing too. What ends up happening is that young girl, that teenager, that young woman will end up becoming a woman in life, and a more mature woman, and she'll end up feeling guilt and shame around, something as simple as wearing pants or wearing a skirt or wearing a bathing suit or being intimate with her partner. Like there will be guilt and shame that shows up in different areas of her life. She may feel like, oh, I'm being pure or I'm being right as it connects to the religious aspect, but really what you're doing is you're following a ritual. So there's a difference between ritual and relationship when it comes to religion. So are you following a ritual that was taught to you by a pastor or a leader or a mentor, or are you truly reading the scripture, and then through your relationship with your higher source? I don't want to just say God, because everyone has a different, creator or the all in all, the all knowing. So I'll just say your higher source. So having that, reading the scripture, and then using your relationship with your higher source for true interpretation for how you're supposed to interpret that scripture. Because that scripture, 2 Corinthians 11:2, it's really about faithfulness to Christ, not your physical or
absolutely
pleasure purity. It has absolutely nothing to do with that, but it's been manipulated to be used against women and not men.
It's interesting that you talk about how it's put on us as women to stay, chaste and pure and whatnot. And there's a lot to be. I could see some various reasons for that, but that double standard is just, in this day and age, I think is quite unfair to still have that kind of double standard, especially with those of us over 40. And I really feel like if you are one that explores a little bit, we're doing the Amber Rose, walk of shame. And how dare you even discuss it? Like, don't even talk about it. And how
don't
do
say
you,
the word.
I did just like, so how what are some of the societal expectations you think that are placed on us, especially as women over 40, that limit our explorative fulfillment journey?
Well, something that I hear often is that I hear this phrase sometimes where women will say, I did the pleasure thing for my husband. You fill in the blank with pleasure thing is. I did I gave him pleasure this tonight, or I gave and the thing that always goes through my mind is, but the pleasure is for you too. Just because, but I understand, because I had to retrain my brain to realize that the pleasure is for me. So I think what happens when you get stuck in the the ritual teaching, the ritualistic teachings,
right?
When you get stuck in that, it shows up in other areas of your life, and you might not even realize what's happening, because then you get completely disconnected. That's what really happens. It's like your body, your head and your body are disconnected. And because you've been taught, or you've heard for so many years, that you can't have pleasure, you can't be disconnected, you can't be connected to yourself, you can't be connected to your pleasure or even your desire. And then you don't even know what feels good or what doesn't. I guess you're just laying there. I don't get that deep into conversation. It comes up in coaching sessions when it comes up, but it's like you're just laying there, just being a tool, I guess, instead of receiving pleasure for yourself or speaking up for what you desire.
Well, do you think that I think that a lot of people, when I have these discussions with some of my good girlies, they don't even know what, like, they don't know what they're even missing. It's just like they think because, you know, depending upon all the teachings, and I know we're picking on, quote unquote, picking on religion, but I don't want anyone to think that we're only talking about Christianity, because there are a lot of way worse constraints about adult time and about what happens in the marital bed in other religions
Mm-hmm.
that are far worse. Because I can go, don't ask me what scripture it is, but I can go to the scripture that talks about how the marital bed is not defiled.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of, the anything goes kind of concept. And if you really do even go into the Song of Solomon and you really kind of understand what they're saying, like, there's a lot going on. Solomon was,
That's a love that, well, I had another word, but I'll just say that's a love story. If you read the Song of Solomon,
listen, that's a
okay.
lust story. That's a lust.
That's,
We're gonna call it lust
I was
with a
gonna
T.
say I was gonna say freaky, but I didn't know if
It
I could say that.
is. I mean, girl, it's okay. But it is. So it's not as if there isn't like space for this to occur within, Christianity or Judaism or whatnot. So we're not picking.
Mm-hmm.
But what has happened, I think, over so much time, it's like, oh, if you do that, you're just a dirty, dirty person. And somehow that it became demonic. I'm not sure how that happened
Right.
or
How
when
did that
that part
happen?
happened, but somehow that happened. And so, from a very young ages, you're kind of taught that this should not be really pleasurable. I know my
Right.
mother's generation, she's, oh, Mama 73. Oh, yep, she just turned 73.
Mm-hmm.
Her generation, it was just all about making children. That was it. You were not supposed to be having any pleasure as a result of it.
Mm-hmm.
Um, what? Okay,
I'm
so we
ready.
talked. Yeah, let's get into it, girl. So we talked about a little bit. Now we talked about the constraint. We talked about that. What really effect does this have on us? And then start telling us how we can begin to like figure out that this is what's going on and how we can kind of reclaim our bodies and reclaim this. Like, how do we get to that other side? Let's start talking about that.
Well, I think that's where the relationship comes in. The relationship with your higher source comes in, because if you then have to kind of you have to be not aware of it, because if you're in the church, you're not aware, or in the religion, I won't just say just the church, you're not completely 100% aware of it. You just know that maybe there's sensations in your body, but you're not completely connected to them. Or you could be the type of woman that says, oh, I'm doing this for my husband. I've heard even women say, I'm having the children for my husband, or I'm doing these
Mm-hmm.
services. And it's almost like, you're providing services instead of receiving pleasure.
Right.
And so I think what could end up happening is that there's feelings that you want to experience, but you're afraid of experiencing them, or you realize that there's some blocks. Maybe you want your partner to touch you in a certain way. Or here's the thing, because you're disconnected from your body, because your partner might touch you, even if it's just your shoulder, or touches you in an intimate way, you may run from it. Or you might tell them to, you might push them away, not realizing that you're really fighting yourself, not them. Like it's
Okay.
a
You're gonna have to explain a little bit
okay.
what being disconnected from you. What do you mean by being disconnected from your body?
When it's being disconnected from your body. Okay, let's do uh a little
Mhm,
example. So I do
mhm.
this sometimes with my clients, is just feeling the sensation of just rubbing your hands, because I don't want to get into, all of this, I don't want to do that because that's too much for some people, especially if
We're
you're
not getting the
not,
full
we're not
lesson.
going to do that.
We're gonna start here. We're gonna start nice and easy.
We're going to start nice
Nice
and
and
easy.
easy.
So just gently rub your hands together and just feel, if you want to close your eyes, you can, but just feel the sensation of rubbing your hands together. And if you want to get a little risky, you can rub your shoulder, you can rub your hand, and then just feel what sensations come up.
Mm.
If you are disconnected from your body, that's not going to be comfortable. The idea of me saying rub your body, rub your shoulder is going to freak you out. You're going to run from that. You're going to say, what is this woman's problem? Like, I'm not going to touch myself, even though I'm just telling you to touch your shoulders or touch your hands. It may even feel like sandpaper rubbing on your body, because the being disconnected means that there's two different signals between your brain and your body. And your body is putting your brain might be putting you on alert, like danger, danger, don't touch your body because this is wrong or this is evil, and it's going to feel uncomfortable. So maybe I should say, instead of disconnected, uncomfortable, and when you're uncomfortable with your body, you can't then know what feels good. Like, this might be someone's level of intimacy, and maybe they just want their partner to give them a shoulder massage. That might be good for them. Someone might feel completely disconnected from touching or embracing any other part of your body. But when you're disconnected, that means you're uncomfortable. There's a signal that's your brain is telling you that this is wrong or evil.
But is it also, though, or can it also be that you are being disconnected from your body is also just being disconnected from how you truly feel? Like, I feel like if we have no idea how the physical feeling is happening, we don't know how our heart is really.
Exactly. And that's like a lot of like what I focus on. And this is why I don't call myself an S coach. I say pleasure and intimacy, because, and also maybe I can even say a desire coach, because everything that I do revolves around desire, and it revolves around the desire that you feel in your heart for yourself. And I like to use the word desire instead of goal, instead of saying what's your end goal, because your desire is attached to a feeling. So I'm all about helping you get grounded and feel into your body and feel what you want, not based off of what someone else tells you. Like, I don't want you to say, well, my partner says this, my husband says I should do this, my pastor says I should do this. No, what do you want? What does your heart, on your heart level, what does your heart desire for you? And once you can connect with that, and then we can, radiate light around it, and then really truly feel that desire. That's the place that I start. I don't just start with go out and have as much whatever you so that's why I don't want to call myself the S coach. Can I just say that? I don't want to say it. I don't want to call myself the S coach. I'm the pleasure and intimacy coach that helps you have better S.
That's beautiful.
In the long run.
That is absolutely beautiful. Okay. How do we start? Let me get back up. Sometimes telling stories can help us, right? So can you give us like an example of someone who has navigated these kind of barriers and learned the feeling and all that? Can you give us, an idea of what that might look like?
Okay. So I can give you an example of a client. I won't give her name. I won't go into details about what we talked about, but I'll just talk about something that I noticed from our first session to our final session that I had with her. And she was raised in the church. And when the first time she came to our session, now I want to preface this by saying I'm not going to judge what you're wearing when you come to me, because I'm going to be talking about what she wore. This is just something that I observed based on how she felt differently about her body. So the first time we met for a session, She had a turtleneck on. She was completely covered, and it was black, and it was long sleeves, and she was complete, I didn't judge. I was just like, oh, hi, how are you? And we had our sessions. And I don't remember, I can't right now remember, like, I don't pay attention to what people wear each session. This is just what I noticed. So at the last session, she had on this pink top, and it was like off the shoulder. And it was, I think she was like, I bought a new bra. And I was like, go ahead, girl. It's like, yeah. I was so happy for her because
Crazy.
she noticed it in herself. And it probably, if she hadn't, I'm actually thankful that I didn't need her to tell me that she got a new bra, but I'm actually kind of thankful that she expressed that, because it caused me to pay attention to what happened as she went from being completely covered up and, didn't want to, she wasn't comfortable with her body at all, to then at the end wearing this beautiful pink top and off the shoulder and wearing a new bra. And she said she finally was starting to feel comfortable in her body.
Wow. That is, I don't think about little stuff like that.
And I wouldn't have paid attention to it until I was like, oh, you're wearing pink. Oh, look at you. So we had a little talk about it. And she said it was because she didn't use the word disconnected, but she just said she feels more comfortable. She feels more connected with her
Yeah.
body. And she feels more comfortable with her body.
Yeah, that is just amazing. Um,
Progress was
okay.
made. Yes.
So we got about, knowing us.
We got to get on schedule. Sorry.
We got 15
Okay.
left. Okay,
Okay.
about 15 minutes left. So I want to be sure that
They're
I
getting
get
an
everything
inside
in this.
view into our coaching
Listen, this is
session.
how this is, guys, this is literally what happens with us. We're actually doing better now than we normally do. Um, so we're staying on topic. Okay. So I know that you are very big into mindfulness practices. You're very big into this internal energetic change,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes.
So can you give us some, I'm gonna make it a little bit bigger, so don't freak out. Can you give us some mindfulness practices that you recommend for women who are coming out of this, or coming, they're struggling. They feel guilty about either not feeling pleasure or wanting pleasure, and they don't know how to ask, and then they feel guilty about asking because, oh my God, how do I say those words? Talk to us a little bit about that.
Okay. Well, do you want me to take you through or explain like a quick practice that I do?
Yes, if you could explain a quick practice. Hang on one second. I'm gonna actually do this,
Okay.
and then we're gonna do this. All right, take us through a
Hi.
quick. Hi, hey, take us
Okay.
through a quick practice.
Okay. So I've gone. So I call this now. I've landed on the desire sync journey. Maybe I'll come up with something cuter. It used to be the sexual virtual reality, but I felt like that was a little much. So this is the desire sync journey, and what I'm doing through this process is helping you reconnect to your true desire on a soulful level, as opposed to a surface level, or as opposed to something that someone has told you. So this is probably one of the first things that I do with my clients, and it'll be a little bit longer in my coaching sessions, but it'll be really quick today just to give you an idea of what it is. So whether you're watching this live or watching the replay, I invite you to just get comfortable in your space, whether you're sitting in your space or you want to lay down, or whatever is comfortable for you. This is all about you and you feeling comfortable. And I invite you to place one hand over your heart if you're comfortable, and one hand over your belly, only if you're completely comfortable. You put your hands where you want them to, but this is what I recommend. And take a few deep breaths. You can close your eyes or soften your gaze and take a few deep breaths of box breathing. And we call this box breathing because it's inhaling for 4, holding for 4, and exhaling for 4. So we can do that. So we can inhale for 4, 3, 4, and hold for 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. And once again, inhale. 1, 2, 3, 4, and hold. 1, 2, 3, 4, and exhale. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can also extend that exhale if you want to on your own for 8, for a count of 8. So now you can continue those deep breaths and really connect with your heart space and place an image or connect with your heart to find an image of an example of pleasure and intimacy that you truly desire. And this is just for you. This is just for you to connect with and to honor your body for the wisdom that your body has to give you the image of the pleasure and intimacy that you truly desire. So take a few moments to do that. And then once you have that image, we're going to add a ring of light around that image. Allow the ring of light to radiate from your heart. And if you feel comfortable, this is just for you. This is just a practice for you. Radiate that light. I want you to put yourself into a room where you're by yourself, where you are right now, or you can even put yourself into a movie theater with a larger screen. And if you are comfortable, radiate that light of an image onto the screen so that you can see yourself in the pleasure and intimacy that you truly desire. If you want to keep it on the inside, that's fine as well. And just see yourself in that moment of pleasure that you truly desire. And now I'm going to take you through a practice where you will feel that desire in each of your senses, each of your 5 senses. So take a few deep breaths to radiate light onto that image. And pay attention to your sense of sight. What do you see? Where are you? Who's with you? If you want to look at what you're wearing or pay attention to what you're wearing. But what do you see in this image? And then with your sense of hearing, what do you hear? What are you saying? Or what sounds do you hear in this image or in this scene? It could be like a movie scene or a picture. And then to your sense of smell, what do you smell? Is there food? Is there fresh air? Is it the water? Is it something? Is it a beverage or whatever? What do you smell? Is it perfume? Is it cologne? Is it flowers? A candle burning? What do you smell in this scene? And now onto your sense of taste. What do you taste? Is there food again, or is it a beverage? Is it the lips of your partner? Is it your own chapstick or lip gloss that you taste? And then your sense of touch. What do you feel with your hands? What do you feel maybe with your feet? Or maybe even, what do you feel? What sensations do you feel within your body? And just take a few moments to allow all of your senses to be involved and included in this scene of pleasure and intimacy. And just really feel the sensations of what you truly desire in this moment. And just take a few deep breaths to settle into this space. And allow that image to, if you radiated that image onto a screen, allow that image to come back into your heart. And take a few deep breaths to feel that image. And when you are ready, you can open your eyes and come back to the present moment when you are ready. And of course, during a coaching session, this is a little bit longer. I might ask questions in between. Um, but this allows you to really connect with your desires and connect with your body, the wisdom of your body on a deeper level. So I'll give you a few moments. I see Michelle is in the moment, so I'll wait before I close the session. And just take a few deep breaths. And after this, if you want to write some notes down so that you can remember the image that you saw, that would be great. And just connect. And then what I do in a regular coaching session is after this, we'll uncover some of the blocks that are keeping you. So there's another practice of that, but I won't get into that into this group session. But the reason I do that is because if you are able to connect to that desire, that projected desire, that means you don't have that desire right now. So my goal is to bridge the gap between what you're experiencing right now and what you desire.
That was amazing.
Thank
I don't
you.
often get the chance, guys, to like sit with folks and just kind of just soak it all in on my own. So this is just as good. This is as good for me, honey, as it is for everybody else. I really, really, really appreciate that. That's beautiful. Snehi says, I always felt I knew how it feels and how it is to see or I see it. But it came out so much more than that. Thank you. That is amazing. Thank you
Yes,
so
I
much.
love that. I
That
love
is
that.
that's just great. Now, and hello, Great Pill. Hello, Great Pill Podcast. How are you? Salute, sir. You can't wade it into the water at the end of this one.
Hello.
So it'll probably be a little bit more male friendly in a minute. Anyway, you please
We
stay.
can.
Please stay. We're all laughing. Okay. Awesome. So let's in the last little bit here, the folks, if you've not yet signed up for Soulful Reconnection.net, I need you. We're gonna like describe a few things of what's being offered to you as a gift, but also we're as we're doing that, I think this is gonna help us talk about some of the kind of these points about you know eh, like bringing this kind of exploration of one's pleasurable or pleasure points or pleasurable desires over 40 um that I want to talk about, how, beginning to embrace that because definitely just what we did gets us in a very bit, a better spot to be able to accept that. And
Mhm.
so do you want to kind of like talk about how we begin to do that and then we're going to move into your gift because it's amazing. I can't even wait to tell everybody what the gift is.
I'm excited about the gifts. I love the
Thank
gifts.
you. Oh my god.
Yes. Okay. So, you said you wanted me to talk about.
Like just
Sorry.
embracing like where do we go from here, like once we're kind of like in this space where we can now kind of see and
Mhm.
sense and feel what we maybe weren't before, where do we go from here?
Well, where we go from here is continuing to connect with yourself, because for some people, that's the first time they've connected with themselves or listen or allowed their bodies to express the wisdom within our bodies that are, because our bodies know everything that we need to know about ourselves.
Mhm.
So continue to connect with yourself. Reach out for help. Don't try to do this on your own, because if you could do it on your own, it would have been done already. So connect with yourself, connect with others, connect with a coach, connect with if you feel comfortable, if you want to connect in a group setting, I'd be a little careful, because you want to make sure that whoever is the facilitator of the group has created a safe space, which is what I aim to do in my sessions. Is whether it's a group session or a private session, it is a safe space. It's a safe space where people can feel comfortable, because this is a vulnerable topic. So make sure it's all about safety. So connect with yourself, connect with a person or a group, and educate yourself. Whether you want to, this is kind of tricky too. Google, if you want to research something or research a book, or if there's somebody on social media that you want to follow who's saying certain things that you like to hear, reach out to them or send them a chat or comment on a post, and then maybe you can develop some type of connection or resource that can help you on your journey. Or you can reach out to me. I'm here. I'll help you.
Absolutely. And we're definitely listening. As you can find Tamara, where is it? The Pleasure Coach, you on all platforms?
Passion Pleasure Coach.
Passion Pleasure Coach. I really just want to drop the passion.
Okay.
The passion pleasure
You're
coach.
dropping passion.
I'm just trying. It's kind of just dropping off love. What's love got to do with it? I don't know. You can tell I am not shy. So just being funny, guys. Anyway, passion pleasure coach on all platforms. I want to get into, let me put this up here. She is the at Passion Pleasure Coach on Instagram and on TikTok.
Yes.
Passion Pleasure Coach on Instagram and on TikTok. Okay. And we'll put this back up in a minute. Let's talk about, I need you guys to go to soulfulreconnection.net and let me share with you one of the reasons you'll want to do that, because that's the way that you're going to get access to this, which is, hold on, let me make sure I got the right one. Here we go. You folks are going to be able to get access to your ebook.
Yay.
Alpha Female Love. Do you want to talk to us a little bit about the Ultimate Alpha Female's Guide to Attracting Love?
Yes. This is something that that I've been working with Dr. Lisa on to create, and this is the Ultimate Guide to Alpha Female Love. And what this book is showing you how to do, because I feel like all of us are successful women, or we're passionate women, and we're go-getters in life, and there's so many things that we're doing in life to be successful in our work. But then sometimes on the road to doing that, we might have to neglect love, or we might have to neglect a relationship or pleasure. And this is another way to connect, because we've had all this success in life on one end, but then we might not have it in our passionate and intimate lives as well. So this helps us to balance business and love. This is the guide. This is the ebook to helping you balance business and love as a successful alpha female. And the reason I use that term, sometimes that term can be a little dirty. People like to misconstrue that term. But what I'm referring to as an alpha female is someone who is a go-getter, someone who is successful, and she knows she has a focus for her life, but she also wants someone to share that life with as well.
That's beautiful. You know what I'm going to do, and I had not planned on doing this, but I'm just hearing that what I'm going to do for everyone here is we're going to go away. We are going to drop this link. I'm going to drop it on the platforms now. So you guys, this is the link to be able to download this ebook for free. I'm going to put it on all the platforms. We're going to put it over here on X, and we're going to, because you know what, in case you guys are watching it later on, this is her free offer. Now, the VIP offer, though, you're not going to get access to.
Nope.
Unless you go to
Soulful
Reconnection. Yes.
Soulful Reconnection. Sorry.
And unless you do that, that's the only way you're going to be able to get this offer right here. This I'm super excited about. So I want everybody to pay attention. Listen up. Go ahead. Tell us what your VIP offer is, please.
My VIP offer is the course that goes along with the Alpha Female book. So the book is the Alpha Female Love, and this VIP offer is Balancing Business and Love, or BBL for short. We're talking about BBLs, Balancing Business and Love for the Alpha Female.
Different kind. Yes.
Different kind of BBL, where there's no surgeries over here with these
Yeah.
BBLs.
No, not in this one. Not unless
Well,
you
it
really
could be
want to.
a soulful surgery, but
Yes,
it's,
soulful
yeah.
surgeries. Yes. Now,
And
this
so,
one, no, we're going to, you're good. You're launching a collective. You're launching like you were talking about these safe spaces. So you're launching a safe space, and the
yes,
VIP is going to be able to get a month of that for free.
yes, you'll get a month of that for free.
Guys, this is amazing. Okay. This is
Yes.
absolutely amazing.
And with this course, there's modules with this course. And then with the BBL Collective, which will be a Facebook group, I'll do, weekly or bi-weekly lives, answer your questions. And I also wanted to say, this is not just for people who are looking for love to balance out their business and love career. But if you're already in a relationship and you're trying to figure out maybe how to enhance the love of your relationship or anything like that. So I don't want to exclude anyone who's already connected. It's for any woman who is career driven or focus driven in her business life, but also wants to balance business and love and be an alpha female with a BBL.
That you didn't have to pay thousands of dollars for, and
You didn't have to travel for it or pay thousands of dollars
no,
for
and you didn't have to lay on your stomach for like 5 weeks, like my daughter did, because she couldn't
it.
sit on her arse. Okay, anyway. Oh my God, this
I
has
love it.
been absolutely the most fabulous time. I have just thoroughly enjoyed this. Guys, if you want access to that collective and the class, get your BBL for free. Get
The BBL for free.
your BBL for
I
free.
love it.
You're going to want to run, not walk, to socialreconnection.net. And when you do purchase that VIP ticket, guys, honestly, the main reason why I'm even doing this right now is $20 of every VIP ticket is going towards Hurricane Helene relief right here in Western North Carolina.
Mm.
Tamara, thank you so much, my friend.
Thank you. I've enjoyed it, and I'm looking forward to the other speakers. So this was fun. Thank you.
Lindsay has already grabbed her copy. Guys, if you're
Yay!
seeing these, like this type of, yeah, I know you guys are used to seeing like something that has an X or something that has a YouTube on it. But if you're seeing these, that's because they went to soulfulreconnection.net and they signed up, and then they received a link to get them backstage. So we see all their stuff backstage and nobody else sees it. So if you guys want to be backstage here with us, that's
Yeah,
how you get backstage.
that's where all
Michelle
the
says
fun
she
is,
truly
is
enjoyed it.
backstage.
Absolutely. Come on backstage. She says she truly enjoyed this. Cheyenne says she loves this. My friend, I can't even begin to tell you. Thank you so very much. I
Thank
very much
you.
appreciate you. Very much appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
All
This was
right.
fun.
Thank you.
Bye.
Take care. Bye. All righty. That was what a way to kick this whole thing off. What a way to kick this off. I am too excited. Now, the next person coming to the stage, I'm actually going to be on time. Anybody that's watched my YouTube channel for longer than 2 seconds know that that is a miracle in and of itself that I am actually running on time. I am going to be bringing to the stage next Ms. Carrie Terhark. And Carrie is the founder, CEO, the woman of the hour from KT Facilitation. We're going to go and we're going to bring up a little bit more information about Carrie as I'm bringing her up to the virtual stage. Now, I've known Carrie, I think I mentioned this earlier. I've known Carrie a lot longer than I'm going to really say that I've known Carrie for. We both sold Leah Sophia jewelry. We were Leah sisters way back in the day. Carrie had like a fabulous organization. I didn't like have it. She had a fabulous organization. But I've known her for so long, and she's just a wonderful woman. And so she's had a long career both in corporate and then as an entrepreneur, and now as an entrepreneur again, but in a whole different way. And when Carrie reflects on her career, She sees a journey that's shaped by her deep desire to foster connection and build strong, empowered communities. Her early work in youth development gave her firsthand insight into how vital it is to create spaces where every voice can indeed be heard. This experience ignited her passion for facilitation, which led her to dedicate herself to helping organizations and communities collaborate to achieve their goals. So, our next speaker up is Ms. Carrie Terhark. I want everyone give Carrie a big round. Let me get my women. Let me get my cheering women. Hang on one second. We got to cheer and welcome, welcome, welcome to the stage, Ms. Carrie. Thank you so
Yay.
much, Kay, for being here. Let me bring this down. Oh my God, oh my God. Hi. How are
Hello, I love that.
you?
Love that.
If you guys, someday I'm going to show like this whole background of what's all in StreamYard so people can see like, what is she scrolling through? Like, you have so much to actually produce your own event.
I
How
feel like I'm on the
are
Tonight Show.
you? Let me get a beer.
That's right.
Let us both get beers. Good Midwestern girls, right? Carrie, how the heck are you, girl?
I am amazing. Thank you, Dr. Lisa, for having me on. It's so good to see you.
Oh my God, it's so good to see you as well.
Yeah.
We have known each other for a very long time. But I always find it interesting for to hear again about your journey to now how you're here as a different type of entrepreneur, right? You were an entrepreneur, with network marketing and all that stuff, which is how we met. Um, Talk to us a little bit about like the journey from like corporate entrepreneur back to corporate, like talk to us about your history. Give us an idea of who Carrie is and how she got here.
Yeah. So I kind of when you look at my resume, it feels really kind of random. So I when I graduated from college, I had a family very, very young. And so I went to business school and really back in the day learned how to come into an organization and move your organization into Microsoft Office. Woohoo, right? Like that was a big deal. Now nobody learns how to do that. We just instinctively know from the time we're 10 on how to use all those things. So yeah, so I started and worked in industries and worked in HR. Like you said, I went on my own and did Leah Svea, had a great team, um, and just kind of always was looking for the next challenge. I would say that I was probably never really completely qualified for any job that I had, but I could sell myself and was willing to give everything that I had and learning and you know just whatever I could in that job. And after a while, I realized that what I was really kind of searching for was this deep leadership skill building. And that was the one thing that I think I've had in common through everything that I've had, from running coalition work in corporate and when we were doing our direct sale business. Everything that I loved and had a passion for was skill building, empowering people to chase their own dreams and to find that own destiny. And I found facilitation, which I didn't know was a profession. I just thought it was an action that you did, but it is actually a profession. There's a whole skill set around it. And when I found facilitation, I realized that that was the niche within leadership that I was looking for. And it really just allows people to upskill and to communicate with one another so that people can do work collectively together. So,
That's a mouthful. So facilitation, I mentioned earlier, when kind of introducing the day, that a lot of us in the corporate world, um, gosh, how many years ago now? Maybe about 5, 7 years ago, maybe a little bit more, there was this huge like movement in CI or continuous improvement. And there was like the Kaizen method, I think it was called, and where you could get like this belt and that belt. You know, it was all based on this whole way that Toyota over in Japan, how they ran their facilities. Um, were those all facilitation, or where, how does that kind of, is that the beginning? Like how does that, I want to understand how that
Yeah.
if it is the same thing, different, and talk to us a little bit about what we used to do and maybe what we're doing now.
And I think it kind of depends. I think a lot of the things that maybe we were doing were part facilitation, but maybe not complete facilitation. And we talk about when I am in the role of a facilitator. So when I go into an organization to facilitate a meeting or a strategic planning session or process improvement, whatever it looks like, I'm neutral. I'm neutral to the content. And that my job is to hold space for people to bring their own knowledge and experience to the table, to listen to one another and to solve their own problems. And so for me as a facilitator, that preparation for the space starts months in advance or weeks in advance, or there's things that I'm thinking about as I'm planning a facilitation session that I wouldn't necessarily think about if I was a leader who just hold a weekly meeting, right? I hold a weekly meeting, I show up, everybody does their reports out, we have a little conversation and we leave. So is that really facilitating? I mean, you could say that you were facilitating a conversation, but really facilitation is more about the process than it is the content. And so when I come in, I'm bringing a process that's going to help a group work together.
That's very, it's the same but very different, because I feel like you are empowering then organizations with the skill set on how to maybe someday implement a CI program, or a Kaizen methodology based program. Whereas I can tell you from my own personal experience, not because we didn't try, but I think that when we were attempting, and I won't name the company, but when we were attempting to implement all these continuous improvement strategies and get things, get real change that was going to assist boots on the ground, right? Their day-to-day activity, like the people at the forefront. I think the problem was there was no real way for it to stick because we weren't really listening.
Yeah. And a lot of times when you think about the meetings that we have, and reflecting on what makes it a good meeting versus what we feel like is unproductive. And a lot of times, it's always the same things. Well, what's unproductive? Same person's talking, right? The whoever has the loudest gets their way, whoever is giving up, and just I don't care anymore, right? Or we are not listening to one another. They're bringing us in to get our feedback, but it's obvious that decisions have already been made. And so they're just bringing us together as a check mark, or I just don't have time to hear your report out. For real, this could have been an email. And when we think about what makes meetings, because meetings are really important and can be so helpful in helping move through project, especially when we're going through change, and being able to think together, to brainstorm together, to talk about what's going well, but talk about what's not going well and how it impacts me in the position that I hold, so that people have a greater understanding or perspective of how change is going to impact everyone, and then what is really the end result. And I think a lot of times too, we involve people in the end, or we get feedback in the very beginning and then we don't involve them through the process. And when you involve people in the process, when they feel invested in the process, they're going to be invested in the result, and they're going to see themselves in it, and do whatever they need to do to make sure that it happens. But if you're not checking with me and I don't get to have a voice at that table, then it's just another thing that somebody's changing and I don't understand why.
And do you find that is that like one of the, if you were to say like what are like the top three, I don't want to say complaints, but I feel like that's kind of the word, like top three major misses that organizations, and we're going to get into what type of organizations you typically work with because I want people to understand, but organizations that you work with, what are like the top three complaints or reasons why someone like you is so necessary to come in and help teach people how to talk and how to listen? Like, what are their complaints?
I think one, preparing groups for change, because I think we all know change is going to happen. And regardless of whether or not we believe it should happen or we know it's going to happen, it doesn't make it easy. And there is preparation in having people understand
Mm-hmm.
what change is needed, and I'm willing to change if my voice is being heard, and so people know how that change is going to affect me or what
Mm-hmm.
I can contribute to help move the group through change. So as an individual, I want my voice to be heard in that. So I think when people bring in a facilitator, it's, again, I'm creating that brave space for people to bring their own experience. And it doesn't matter if you've worked here for a day or you've been here for 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
What your experience is and what you know is important and valuable, and it can help all of us gain a new perspective. And I think that's what's powerful about the process that we use. And it's not just in work, but even in our daily conversations at our dinner table, to understand perspective, to understand, my brother and I grew up in the same household with the same parents and had two different experiences, right? So it's not that I was right and he was wrong or vice versa. We both have our own truth. And what we've experienced shapes what we think is possible and shapes the choices that we make. And if I'm think that everybody should make the same decision that I make because I assume that everybody had the same experience I have experienced, we're immediately going to be clashing and someone's not going to feel heard. So the process just gives people the space to step into, to be brave, to share their truth, for me then to get out of my own one story to say, I didn't realize that. Like I did never looked at it from that point of view. I didn't know that was a problem. I've never experienced it in that way. So now that I have a new perspective, now I can start to be innovative and creative. And I can't be innovative and creative if I don't have a new perspective.
I love how you just let me one a pet peeve of mine lately, or one I'm not really sure about how I felt about. Let me put it that way. Don't want to say pet peeve. Has been this phraseology of, well, this is my truth, this is your truth. I love how you just explained what someone's truth is. It's really their how they perceived events through their lens that has been created for them from all these different experiences. And you're right, like you can be siblings and have extremely different experiences about your childhood.
Yeah, yeah.
You
I
know,
mean,
like
it's as old as the Bible. The Bible is made in the same way, right? It's from someone's perspective, and they can be in the same room and see something different. It's why when police go to a crime scene, they're interviewing, so many people. I saw it from this angle. I saw something you didn't see. And so one of the things that we talk about in class to help us kind of understand that is that, imagine, our brain is wired for efficiency. It's wired to take the path that we know. And
mhm,
we pick up on things that we have a memory or association with. That's the bits of data that we gravitate towards.
mhm.
So if you and I are driving in a car and we see the light, I see the light turn yellow. So I take in through my senses the light turned yellow. I have a gut reaction to that. Mine is usually a swear word, right? Ah, and then I have to make a decision. And so I'm looking at who's behind me, who's in front of me, who's in the, on the side, if is there somebody in the walkway, is there a police officer near, and then I make a decision. And it happens like that, right? And if you're sitting next to me and you see something that I didn't see, or you've been in an accident in that corner before, or in a situation like this before, your reaction is going to be different than mine. What you think I should do might be different than mine, right? And so we go into meetings and we go into planning sessions, and I think my way is right. right? Because in my head, it makes perfect sense. But I'm not understanding that somebody else is seeing it different or has a different experience than I do.
And speaking of change, you can have one perception to your point. Some people, I think I don't know. Anyway, some of y'all may know, some of y'all may not. I was recently in a car accident on August the 3rd at the time of this recording in October 12th of 2024. August 3rd, 2024, I was in a car accident. It wasn't major, but it was impactful, but it wasn't like, my car got totaled. So I guess it was kind of major. Anyway, there I go, minimizing, which I'm sure is a problem in facilitation, the minimizer that says, oh, it's okay. And then I come out passively aggressively a little bit later, like, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not. Anyway, so I had this accident, right? And I will tell you that I'm a careful driver. This is the second accident in 20 some odd years I've had. I now approach intersections differently. I had the complete right of way. I had no reason to think a Lyft driver was going to blow a stop sign to my left. Now, every stop sign, every stoplight where I would have gone through that yellow, I would have floored it.
Yep.
I don't anymore. And everybody can honk behind me. I don't care. It doesn't matter. So my perception and my truth and how I approach the situations changed. And I don't think, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but I think that as leaders of an organization or leaders in your family or whatever the case may be, we have to learn to account for, well, I knew this person 3 months ago thought this way, but something could have happened in the background I didn't know nothing about. And now all of a sudden they're coming from a whole different perspective. We're going real deep. Where I might have thought I had an ally.
Yeah.
I thought I had this person over here with me that was going to back me, but now she or he has had a different experience. And so that is this, how do you train like leaders and people how to like pick up on dynamics like this?
Yeah.
Or,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. Perfect leeway. So part of my job is going into organizations and helping them, right, move through a problem. And as that facilitator, I'm the person holding the space. I am, it's all around inclusive participation and profound respect. And it's in engaging all voices. And my job is to continue to shift the energy so that voices continue to have an opportunity to step in and share. Because the more we can share and learn, the greater opportunity we have for new, innovative, creative ideas and buy-in when we're going into the next step, because everybody had a chance to be heard. The second part of what I do, and which was really my passion, which we kind of started about, was skill building. And I train individuals in this framework and how they can use it to upskill themselves as leaders and individuals, and use this framework at work, at home, with their kids, with, whatever it is that you do. It just really helps you understand and have deeper connections and deeper conversations that actually lead to more collaborative efforts.
I am putting in the chat, guys, if you're wondering, why is she typing? I swear, at some point very soon, in 2025, I'm going to have a producer for everything that I'm doing.
Yes.
I'm going for all of my live streams. I'm going to have a producer, y'all. And I might start taking applications today. But I am putting Carrie's website in the chat on all platforms. By the way, on YouTube, the YouTube replay, you will be able to see in the live replay, you'll be able to see this. And then when you do sign up for Soulful Reconnection, .net, not only you're going to be able to get access to, again, Carrie's free gift, but you're also going to get access to her website as well, so that, when she comes to a town near you, and as she's having other virtual events, you'll be able to interact with her. Again, this is a very important thing for you and for your organization. Even if you don't own it, okay, guys, wouldn't you like to have your day to day be better, like a better, smoother day to day? And things are going to continue to change at everybody's job place of work, especially whatever happens at this election. I guarantee you things are going to change one way or another.
Yeah.
So we
Yeah.
need to be prepared for how the world is changing and how our organizations are changing as well and how we interact with them. So Carrie, I'm going to kind of lead this a little bit more into a little bit more of what you do, but I want to also kind of take this opportunity and can you tell us a little bit about um, the types of organizations you work with that you kind of specialize in? I know you'll work with just about anybody, but talk to me a little bit about who kind of is a specialty, and then outward from that, and how you help people learn this valuable skill.
Yeah. So I started when I first found facilitation and started using these tools. I was a director of a community coalition, and so our county where I live had a drug-free community grant from SAMHSA, national funding organization, and our charge was to bring together community stakeholders and youth and rally around delaying the onset of use of substances to reduce our long-term substance use disorder rates, as well as mental health awareness and just bringing together people around community norms and the things that we could change. And I thought it would be really, really easy to bring together all of these people who would really want to rally around better health outcomes for youth and for our future. And I found out that wasn't really so easy, especially when I was challenging a lot of social norms. And so I took the facilitation and course and really changed my role within the coalition from being the person who was telling everybody what to do or the person who was just doing all the work and telling everybody what I was doing to being the person that was facilitating the meetings and holding space for the community to talk to one another so they could come to agreement on what they were going to do and to change their health outcomes. And so a lot of what I had experience with at first was bringing together community stakeholders. So coalition work, community engagement, youth development. I have a couple of youth coalitions, and I've done a lot of youth work using these methods, helping to empower youth to have conversations with their school boards and their, families and their, legislators and having really meaningful conversations of getting your voice across and hearing different perspectives and finding common ground. So that's kind of where I've started. We have a lot of people who are in public health and government. A lot of the facilitation strategic planning sessions that I've done have been for economic development and small businesses and nonprofits. So yeah.
I just wanted to show you guys her. I mean, she's worked with some really amazing folks, over 500 individuals trained and clients served. So this is her website, carrieterhark.com. And this, which you're going to find a lot more about her training and facilitation, as well as get her 2025 calendar. So I wanted to be sure that we have that up here for everyone to see. And this is her youth development as well. Okay, Carrie. Oh boy. When you're bringing people on board, when we're starting to even think about this and all these different personalities and how am I going to set all this stuff up, you have graciously offered a wonderful gift for all of us to kind of help think this thing through. And I'm going to actually share that right now. If you want to kind of talk us through what your gift to us is, let me make sure I've got it right. Hang on one second, guys. Hold on. I swear to you, this is not my first time doing this. Here we go.
No worries.
This is what this is. Carrie, why don't you explain to us your gift really quick?
Yeah. So as I was saying earlier, that when you're the facilitator, when you're in the role of a facilitator, and your job is to bring the process and hold the space, The majority of my work is done in the preparation for that session, really being intentional. Everything has intention, from how the room is set up to how I greet people when they come in, about having the materials that they need at their table ready for them to work, and that they're, everything they need is at their fingertips. I want to create that safe space, or as we call a brave space, for people to be comfortable. And I'm responsible for the initial energy that's brought into that room. So this is a client intake form that I use if I'm sitting down with a client where I'm going to come in and facilitate a meeting. I also use it for myself. So when I was doing coalition work, I would answer some of these questions about myself, about our group, so that I would know what I needed. So first of all, why are we meeting, right? What's the topic or the issue, or what's going on going to happen within this meeting? Any other notes that I need to know about the group? If I don't know the group myself, are there certain group dynamics, right? Are there certain people that shouldn't sit next to each other? One of the things we talk about in course is that we have microwave thinkers and we have crockpot thinkers. So a microwave thinker, I process out loud, right? In the head, out the mouth, right? I'm always talking. I want to hear that. We have the crockpot thinkers that take in the information. They let it marinate and stew and really want to put all their thoughts together to put their voice in the room. And I don't want our sessions to be taken over by microwave thinkers, because we have a lot of great thoughts that are in that crockpot space. And so when I'm thinking about that, one of the things I want to know is, how do I want to set up the room? If we have groups where we have 3 or 4 people who are always taking over the conversation, I might put them at a table together and do small group work time, so that they kind of fight over airtime. And so it allows the crockpot thinkers at a different table to really be a little bit slower and have that individual think time and process. So both groups will get what they need. My microwave thinkers get a table where they get to process out loud. My crockpots are at a table where they get to sit in silence and brainstorm and then have a small conversation. So I want to know that within that group and different dynamics that are going. I also want to know, what is the outcome? Why, what do we want to see at the end of this session? What does the group need to know, understand, or decide? But then on the other side of it, I also want to be thinking about that experience. So in order to think about the experience that I'm creating, I want to know who will be in the session. And I wanted them to think about, how do I want them to participate? So is this just going to be a large group discussion? Do I need to do an activity? Do I have, if I have 50 people, I'm probably going to have to do a lot of small group and small table conversations in order to elevate voices. The next, is really just logistics, what's the room that I have, the date, how much time do I have, other considerations. And then at the end, now I'm looking at all of that and I'm saying, okay, what are the facilitation tools that I have in my toolbox, or activities that we can use and implement to make sure that I'm hitting those goals.
Wow, this is amazing. And one of the reasons why, I don't want to speak for you, but I believe that one of the reasons why you were wanting to share this is so you guys, right there in the comfort of your own home, can not only see what kind of information that you would need, right, to help Carrie understand how to come in and assist, but also, I think for me as a leader, for me to even think about, if I were to have some sort of a meeting like this where we're problem solving a change, or how to do change management, or whatever the case is, I need to think about this stuff. Like, you don't think, you just live it. You don't actually think about it. And so I think it's amazing to analyze, take the time to actually analyze what's going on in your team, what's going on in your organization, so that you can better facilitate better questions, right?
Yeah.
So Carrie, they're gonna go. I put this in the chats everywhere. You guys are gonna go to soul.ktfacilitation.com. You don't need the /intake form. Don't worry about that. Just soul.ktfacilitation.com. Go there. The links are everywhere. You should be able to click on them and download that. And then you guys are gonna be able to reach out to Carrie and have a quick discussion about, what does this mean? Like, where are you going to be? By the way, Carrie, where are you going to be? Where in the world will Carrie be over the next couple of months? Can you let us know?
Yeah, so our 2025 training schedule is dropping as we speak. We've got dates and courses that are coming up all across the country. And so, what we do teach is the top facilitation method, top meaning technology of participation. However, there's no technology. It is voice, pen, and paper. You are the technology and that you bring to the participation. So, we are coming up at the first of the year. We're going to be in Wilmington, Delaware. We're going to be in Cincinnati. We're going to be in Kansas City. We're going to be in Orlando. So in Madison. So those are some places that are going to be public courses. Anybody can go to. You can drop in, get registered, and show up in one of our public courses. Would love to have you there. I also do in-house courses. So if we have a team of people who are like, yeah, we've got 5, 6, 7 people or more, we would like all to do this together. It's maybe less expensive to bring in a trainer than it is to have all of you travel. So we'll come into you and meet you there as well.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you so much. Well, Carrie, this has been an amazing time. You guys, please do go again, download at soul.ktfacilitation.com. Do download her intake form, and then you will be able to get in touch with her afterwards. If you guys want, maybe you're not ready for her to come to your actual, your company, but you'd like to have her, in your area. If you'd like Carrie to come and bring her team and do all that great stuff and just kind of hold some public trainings, which she does as well, download that or go to carrieterhark.com or ktfacilitation.com and reach out to her. And, maybe y'all can make something happen.
And we're going to be having some really short micro learning courses launching probably within the next month. So stay connected because you want to be the first to jump on those.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you, Miss Carrie. I so appreciate you being here. Thank you so much. Are you going to be able to come back a little bit later? If not, safe travels. Okay. So
I'm headed to the airport on my way to Cincinnati for a training Monday, Tuesday, but I'm going to be in and out.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So we wish Carrie safe travels.
Yeah.
We will see you very soon. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank
I
you.
really appreciate all this. Thanks so much.
You bet.
All right.
Bye.
Take care. All right, guys. So first two. Oh my gosh, we've had such an amazing day. We have had such an amazing day already. Amazing afternoon. Michelle says, awesome. Carrie, safe travels. Tamara says, thank you, Carrie. Cheyenne says, safe travels. Thanks so much. Thank you. Listen, gang, we're going to take a really short break. When we come back, actually, I might wait a couple more extra minutes before I take a short break. When we come back at the top of the hour, we're going to have Rebel Taylor with us. I want to give folks an opportunity to do a few things, though, while we're waiting. So listen, gang, we need to go on. I want you guys to share this. First of all, whatever, if you're watching me on YouTube, if you're watching me on X, if you're watching on Facebook, on my Facebook page, can you please share this broadcast with everybody? Thank you so much. And when you go to soulfulreconnection.net, soulfulreconnection.net, that's where you're going to be able to go to this landing page. And as you can see at the very top, $20 of every VIP ticket will be donated, okay, to Hurricane Helene relief. That's from right here, the victims right here in Western North Carolina. Now, today and tomorrow, we have 2 more speakers today, and then a panel at the end of the day. But everybody that's going to be talking between today and tomorrow are all folks that I have worked with or in some capacity at Lightworker Academy, or that are clients of mine in some way, but we're all dedicated to transforming lives. That is our whole thing. That's all the reason why we're here, right? We are dedicated to transforming lives. And so we wanted to bring this to you guys and help your empowerment and healing process. You've already been getting some really great information already, and it's just going to get better. Then, we're also going to have a few more people coming now, not today, but tomorrow. We're going to have Lindsay, who's a street spiritualist. Yes. She is going to be talking about grieving in the midst of your awakening. Like when we're losing all of this stuff, right? We're losing all of the things that we thought were true and all of that because we're going through this awakening process. There is a grieving process that we don't talk about that happens as a result. So Lindsay's going to chat with us about that tomorrow. Alana Hay Thomas, she's going to be talking about authentic living through self awareness. Alana is a self awareness facilitator. She is an amazing, amazing, amazing woman and is going to help enlighten us through the use of things like journaling and other ways that we can become self-aware. We're going to have Snehi is going to actually come. You guys might remember her last weekend. She was one of my podcast guests. And so she's going to actually come back and we're going to be putting this energy cords, how to cut them correctly. That's actually on YouTube on demand right now under the Wellness Alchemy podcast. I'll be dropping that link as we go along. But she's going to come on for our panel discussion a little bit later when we're going to talk about reconnecting to our eternal wisdom. Rebel Taylor's going to be on in just about 13 minutes or so, talking about how to manage the trauma of going to court. I can't wait for that. You guys are going to love that. And then also tomorrow, Michelle's going to talk to us about surviving the ghost. What do you do when your partner disappears from your life? Child, up and disappears. Like, don't show up at all. It's just gone. Just don't show up. Ain't around. Like, says bye and don't even really say bye. What do you do when that happens? And I'm finding out that happens to more people than I thought that it happens to. I had no idea. Maybe I've done it to some people. I need to talk about that. Anyway, and then definitely not last but not least, and this is in no order at this moment. Cheyenne is going to be coming to us. She is a pregnancy and postpartum coach, and she's going to be coming to us about speaking to us about empowered motherhood, energy healing for pregnancy and postpartum wellness. This is critical, guys. Like, how many women go through that? So how many go through postpartum depression? How often? Like, I can tell you, honest to goodness, I didn't enjoy not one of my pregnancies. I love my children, love them down. I didn't enjoy being pregnant at all. At all. I'm just like, if it were up to me, I still can't believe I had 3 and, did my bit for procreation. Anyway, because if it were up to me, we probably have a worse birth rate than we do now. And then later on, after I'm done speaking today, because I'm going to be talking about, this evolution, right, of empowerment, we're going to do a panel discussion about reconnecting to your soul's eternal wisdom, okay? Reconnecting to the soul's eternal wisdom. So we're going to be discussing that. Now, again, guys, you guys can register for free. Everything we get right here is free, and you'll even have these summit sessions. Then you'll be able to have access to the replay for 7 days. After 7 days, I'll be taking them down from here, and I'll be taking them down from you being able to have access to it. However, you'll have lifetime access to everything. When you purchase a VIP ticket, and you are going to be donating $20 to Hurricane Helene relief. Okay, so you can get everything from general admission. You get an additional $2,000 in exclusive resources from our speakers, including myself. You'll be able to join a private VIP group session with myself and with Lightworker Academy. That's going to be occurring this coming Thursday. I can't wait. That's going to be way too much fun. And you're going to get priority Q&A access. Why? Because guess what, guys? You either VIP or free. When you register here, you get to come backstage into the studio. I have people backstage in the studio. When you see like there's no picture like this right here, or like Lindsay from Crown and Crane. Lindsay has said that she highly, highly, highly recommends the podcast with Snehi. Then hey, it was amazing. Yep, it was absolutely amazing. So when you see that means they are backstage with us. So that's kind of cool. I'm really happy about that. So you guys come on backstage and do all this great stuff. So you can sign up there. Okay, I see that Rebel is in the background. Rebel's in the background. So what we're going to do though is I do need a bit of a bio break, and so we're just going to bring her on. It'll be right about 3 o'clock. We might bring her on a little bit early. Might be a little bit early, but I need just a few minutes. I'm going to actually be playing for you, just so that we're all kind of aware of why we're doing what we're doing here, with the hurricane relief. I'm going to play for you from ABC. Hopefully, they don't copyright. Let me find one that's not. I know is not going to give me a huge copyright issue because, honey, some of these folks be doing it. Um, some of the devastation that we have seen hit our state. So, if you guys don't mind, I'm gonna. This is from when it was initially happening. I'm gonna play this in the foreground, and then I'll be right back. Okay, gang. Let me turn it on, and here we go. I'm gonna share my screen.
So that is downtown Boone on King Street.
And go grab a beverage.
Look at the flow
but this
of water
is
there,
why
Chris.
we're doing what we're doing. Right?
This road was clear about an hour and a half ago.
I honestly have never seen that. So folks, you're looking at, this is kind of breaking news as we're talking. This is downtown Boone, King Street. This is not too far from campus.
I mean, and also just to point out,
Yeah.
I'm not sure you guys can read my mic up. Yeah, also, we should say, if you're familiar with downtown Boone,
Yeah.
there are parts of it lower than this. I mean, this
Yes.
is definitely, this is not in the mountain part,
No.
but there is, if you go to the left right there, if you take a left there, this is at Mass General.
Yeah, I see this. You can see Mass General sign off to the
if you
right
take a left
there.
right there, it goes substantially lower than that.
Well, Ben, what has me really fearful, look at the flow. I mean, there's
It's really
rapids.
fast.
This is not, this is flowing. So rapid flowing water, you can see some of these cars probably in shock of what's happening right now. This is flowing to the left of your screen. So this is flowing. Yeah, the Ben you're referring to is over there near the mall.
Yeah.
That area floods a lot, but this is more towards downtown Boone on King Street. And to see that amount of water,
They're like rapids.
I don't think I've ever
They should
seen,
not be driving
never seen downtown Boone flood like this. Look at that.
wow.
That is 6 inches of water. People are driving right through it.
I know Miles is super busy up there, but I would tell the folks in the booth, maybe give Miles a heads up that he needs to head.
Usually the mall.
The mall.
Look over at the lamp right there, how
Yeah.
swift that's flowing. That is dangerous.
So-
right there. Wow.
Yeah, that's incredible. Thanks to Kenny. Kenny, good friend of mine, just sent me a message. Say, hey, take a look at the Boone Cam real quick. He's the guy behind Resort Cams up there in the mountains, and gave us a heads up on that. But as soon as I saw the image, I was like, holy cow! I don't think I've ever seen anything like
What's
that. in
interesting,
Boone.
I haven't seen a warning for that yet. I'm
Yeah.
surprised. Just checked over there. Haven't seen that. I'm surprised it's not for downtown Boone.
Let's see if National Weather Service is going
let's-
to do any upgrades.
Yeah, but that is the thing that's concerning of the rapids there, because that is fast moving water. That looks like it's flowing into some stores and some businesses there. The thing, fast flowing water, about 6 inches is all you need of fast flowing water to take you off your feet. And this can actually cause erosion and sinkholes and other things. So these trucks, you could see, I can almost get in these people's heads. They're driving and they can almost see them going, uh-oh, what is this? I don't think I've seen this before.
Here, I'll bring it back up. I'm going to just zoom in to where the rain is active.
King Street in Boone, if you're not familiar, is a thriving area.
Yes.
Downtown, you've got lots of stores, you've got businesses.
Yep.
You got a new boutique hotel that went in a few years ago. I mean, that's a thriving part of town.
Yeah, there's some great restaurants, breakfast locations. They probably were packed full of patrons and students over in that area getting breakfast or coffee.
Mass General Store is a
Mass
very
General
popular
right
spot there. Yeah.
Yeah, that is honestly a first for me. And again, in downtown Boone, it looks like we're having widespread flooding issues on King Street. Heavy rain up there continues to fall.
What tributary is near there? I'm trying to.
So I think that is the same creek that flows over by the mall. I'm trying
Just
to
a
think.
creek. I mean, it's not a.
But that makes me worried that maybe is backing up really, really far.
Yeah.
And so maybe there's a blockage or something within the creek, and it's coming back. Chris, if you zoom in, you can actually see. So the creek that I'm thinking of is down towards the mall. If you move the map just a little bit, you'll see the water down to the south. So usually when you come in, right down there. So this is usually that on Wilson Drive there, 105 and 321. So that's near the mall. You see how two of those creeks come together? That's typically where we see flooding. But the fact that this is happening over at King Street.
So far away, yeah. And never flood prone right there.
I'm wondering where that water comes from, because you're right. That's the first thing I thought. I'm like, there's not really a creek or stream near this area. So where is that water coming from?
And the flow is coming.
Look at that. What is that? Something floating?
Yeah,
can we back the camera there?
We're getting back. Hold on.
Okay.
Here we go.
There was something floating down the street there.
Coming down.
Yeah, it looks like some sort of debris there.
What is that?
Something over there. Is that?
Yeah, that is.
This is a dangerous situation downtown. That is
looking at that right
water.
now. That water's getting higher and higher too. It's actually getting deeper over time.
You can see it starting to come over the curb, so there's going to be likely a lot of businesses that are going to be inundated.
I'm
with water
surprised
this
there's not some sort of flood statement.
That would be
from Blacksburg, Virginia.
That would be something you would see flash flood emergencies for, especially in an urban setting like that. So, I mean, if you have friends or family in that area, you might want to go ahead and tell them, hey, we have flash flooding imminent and occurring right now on King Street in downtown Boone.
Looking at just Google Maps, there's Boone Creek that runs parallel to the left there. If you took a left right there, Brad, that you'd probably drive over, and I don't think you would usually notice because it's
really tiny.
Yeah.
So that water is probably flowing towards that creek. It's probably coming off the mountain, I'm guessing, right here is where this water is coming from, and it's cutting through King Street to get to the creek. Okay. So it might be just that the side of the mountain was just so overwhelmed with water, it's just running over the surface.
Is that
now.
a north-south direction? I can't remember the King Street.
So this we're looking, so that's south. So we're looking kind of, looks like maybe northwest a little bit here.
And the mountain would be up on the upper right.
Upper right, yes.
So where you are.
So, yeah, and then the creek would, I mean, look at this water
that is
getting deeper, the rapids. This guy here, he's trying to get around it.
I'm glad he turned around.
I mean, we're going to be talking about this for years only because these businesses, I mean, they now are going to have standing water.
That's all I'm thinking, because that's flowed right in the doors of that business right there.
A lot of those businesses.
Hey everyone, a lot of new people to this channel, so I thought I'd introduce myself. I'm Mark Honeycutt. I'm flying a paramotor here. I was born and raised in Hendersonville, North Carolina, and now live in Asheville. I used to fly Blackhawks in the Army, mostly medevac missions. So seeing all these aircraft out here lately, I've been getting a lot of FOMO wanting to be out there rescuing people, hoisting people off the mountain.
All right, I just have a couple things that I'm doing right now. Okay, please stop. Needed it to stop talking to me. Okay, so we are live. We're back live. So everybody come on back. We've had a fabulous morning already. I am so excited for this afternoon. I'm just waiting for just a little bit of information to come in via email, and then we are about to get started. So this afternoon, where we're starting with is we are going to be starting with talking with Rebel Taylor. And she's going to discuss with us, talk about being empowered when you're dealing with courtroom situations. That is a big, big problem, right? Like, I know I've been nervous just about any time I've been in court. So I'm just like, oh my God. And even when I knew that it was all going to be okay, right? Even when I knew it was all going to be okay, I think the biggest issue that I had really was like dealing with my my divorce, the second divorce, right? It was just, that was a weird situation. Anyway, so let me just introduce her to you. Hang on one second. So Rebel is a Philadelphia-based attorney with over 25 years experience representing clients before governmental agencies and federal courts. During her career, Rebel has encountered lawyers, judges, court staff, and clients who have shown clear signs of having experienced trauma as a result of engagement with the legal system. Rebel has also launched a podcast called Justice Allegedly to facilitate conversations with her audience about the often traumatic impact the policies, procedures, and protocols of our legal system can have on participants as well as our society in general. Rebel is also the founder of Transformation, a company that helps clients develop the strategic competence and confidence necessary to reduce their likelihood of experiencing trauma during their court proceedings. And so I want to bring to the stage, let's give a huge round of applause for Rebel Taylor. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stage, Rebel. Yay, 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 yay. Hello. Oh, let me make sure we're both equal. Hello there. How are you?
Good. How are you this beautiful Saturday afternoon?
I'm doing quite well. I'm doing quite well. That's a lot of squealing. I need to find another. I didn't realize how squealy they were. Oh my goodness. How's it going this afternoon? You're having a good
Very
afternoon thus
good.
far?
Yes. Had a chance to go out and get some sun, so all is good.
Oh my gosh, a little vitamin D. That is wonderful. I think when we get done, there'll still be a little bit of sun left. I can get outside. Rebel, I want to, so you're in Philadelphia, like Liberty Bell, the whole 9 yards, right? Give us a little overview, if you will, like what, I've never asked you this question. What actually drove you or gave you the desire to actually become an attorney? Like,
Well,
how did you do that?
When I was in college, I was a psychology major, and I was actually thinking about being a animal psychologist. And then there were some things that were happening around the time that I'm graduating from college that really raised questions about justice in society. So I said, on a whim, I said, well, let me try to go to law school because I think it would be interesting to be an attorney and have a role in resolving some of these legal issues that seemed to be unfair to certain segments of society. And I applied and I got in. And so that was really the motivation to go to law school.
Wow. That's amazing. That is amazing. So you've always been at this kind of forefront or had this desire to really social justice can be such a dirty word, but but I feel like helping people, empowering people to find justice in society. So I don't have a problem saying social justice. You've been like actually living that for 25 years.
Yeah.
That's amazing. That's awesome. Talk to me a little bit about this whole concept of this trauma about going to court, and you're dealing mainly with governmental agencies and federal courts, which is even a higher, level than just our normal, right? That's like the ultimate level. What do you find like with people and their approach to the legal system, especially when they're facing something federally?
Well, I'll just say to start out that because of my background in psychology, trauma is something that we studied a lot in school. So it's something that I'm very familiar with. And also, I am a person who likes spiritual type things. So I have been training Reiki through you.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I'm very much involved in ancestral practices. So what kind of brought this to my attention was that I would see people go into court and they would basically be powerless. They would give up all of their power to the attorneys and to the court. And as a consequence, there would be a lot of, bad things would happen to them.
Right.
Either due to their personality, they would have personality changes, or they would like become emotionally drained, very stressed. And what I was able to figure out is that these people were not understanding that going to court is where you deal with the legal issue, but the court is not going to be responsible for the consequences you feel when you go through that whole process. You can see it a lot when people are in, say, family court, or the victims of crime who have to go to criminal court. A lot of times those people are re-traumatized. They had a traumatizing thing that happened to them that required them to go to court. Then they go into the court experience and they face a lot of bureaucracy because the system isn't designed to look at them as individuals. They look at cases, right? So a lot of the personal empathy that you would expect on a day-to-day basis, you're not going to get that when you go to court. So if you don't go into court and manage those situations or have a plan to manage those on your own, you likely are going to face a lot of problems even after the case is done, because nobody is paying attention to what's happening to you just through the process of engaging bureaucracy at a time when you're very vulnerable.
Because there is no such thing that I'm a true crime junkie, as some people. I feel like, I joked around earlier that I probably talked about how to manage the trauma I have from watching this stuff happen. But being that I'm a courtroom junkie as well, I watch all kinds of court proceedings. And the one thing, I guess I've always known it, but you see it on a day-to-day basis. The court is very unforgiving of you being ignorant of either or not knowing a procedure and not having an intimate knowledge of the law. There's one thing. But then on the other hand, and I want you to talk about what I think this is a really odd dichotomy here. But then those people who have like read the statutes and really like, for whatever their situation is, I had to do this with family law a lot. So I understood what the statutes were and what my rights were as a grandparent and things like that. If you're not represented by an attorney, but yet you read it, you can present a cogent argument, you're still kind of like hit upside the head, like, oh, well, you think you're so smart. Like, it can still be a very traumatic experience. Can you talk to me about how that kind of happens on both sides of the fence, or what's your viewpoint on that?
Yeah, because most people are not familiar with the language of the law, the procedures of the law, even if they watch court TV all day, right? What you see on court TV, a lot of that is entertainment, right? It wouldn't really pass in an actual courtroom. Judges couldn't get away with some of the things that happen on court TV, these entertainment court channels. So even when people come into court and they think that they know what's going on, really, a lot of times they get blindsided, right? Because there's a whole language of law. Most attorneys are not like regular people. They're kind of elitist to a certain extent. Lawyers tend to be very cliquish and clannish. We have our own community. And walking into courtroom because you read a statute thinking that you're going to be on an equal playing field with people who do this all day, every day, regardless of how intelligent you are or how good you are, most of the time you're going to be, you're not going to be up to par with the professionals in the courtroom. Okay. Now, on the other side, when it comes to the professionals, they aren't trained to be empathetic, right? They aren't trained to be therapists. They aren't trained to be counselors. In fact, we are trained to be very adversarial, right? If you come into a courtroom and you're my opponent, my job is to be as hostile to you as I possibly can to either convince the judge, impress upon the judge that my position should prevail, or to intimidate you so that you concede, right? So if you're just a regular person coming into court against an attorney with that mindset, it's going to be very hard for you to prevail on your own.
Wow. Okay. Well, I don't know if that makes me feel any better, but or worse or whatever. I mean, it is what it is, right?
Yeah.
Like it is that. I mean, that does help me understand why it kind of felt like, why are we being like, I came in here so I could like not look stupid, and so I actually kind of understood, but now I understand a little bit better. So talk to me about what is it that you find, what are some of the some of the ways that we do get traumatized in court, and then what's your perception on how we can begin to overcome those traumas? So how do we get traumatized
Well,
in
I
court?
think there are three types of people where this happens to, right? The first group of people are the ones that I mentioned before, people who are actually coming into court because they had some kind of traumatic thing happen, like a victim of child abuse, a person who's a victim of a crime. They had
Mhm,
something traumatic happen to them, the law intervened, and then there was a court proceeding to try to give them some quote unquote measure of justice, right?
mhm, mhm,
Then you have people who, just through the course of their life, they experienced trauma, but it's not directly related to what's happening in the courtroom, right?
mhm,
And then you have people who come into court, even though they don't really have any recognizable trauma, but by the end of the process, they show signs of being traumatized, right? So,
mm,
there are a variety of ways in which this can show up. There was one statistic that said about 75% of adults and about 90% of teenagers, young people who go into the criminal court process, and that could be as a defendant or as a witness or as a victim, suffered in the past some form of childhood trauma. So imagine a person like that going into court with that background, going into court to relive a crime that happened to them that involved trauma. That's a very devastating thing. And like I said before, the court isn't set up to help you manage the emotions that you feel when you have to talk about things that are damaging and harmful that happen to you. They just want to know the facts. They want to know the facts. They want to hear your testimony, and then the lawyers and the judge will take it from there. And you're left with an open wound with no real way to resolve it unless you take the responsibility to find some way to find healing on your own. And that's the part that's missing.
so is that then why you are started exploring this aspect of how we could help people, how you could help people to kind of overcome this trauma? I mean, is it even possible to not to reduce the amount of trauma before we actually have that court experience? Because no matter which way this goes, it sounds like there's, especially if you don't come out on, if you don't win,
Yeah, yeah.
or whatever you feel is winning, because if you've experienced some level of trauma yourself, right? If you have been harmed, and that could be physically, emotionally, financially, but if you've been harmed in some way, um, and that the other party doesn't, either, there's a not guilty found, or there's something, right? They get exonerated in some way, or they don't get as much time as you think that they should get, or there's a plea. Like there's got to be like, you're going to feel trauma. Like if you don't win, there you're going to have this kind of feeling, no matter what. But is there a way to kind of like um, go in and protect yourself beforehand? Like is that why you kind of got into this realm of energy work with folks?
Yeah, I mean, I think I could answer the question in a variety of ways. I'll start with this and say, I think if you are someone and just based on your own life experience that you have had to manage trauma, it might be proactive for you to at least do a personality test to try to figure out how you, based on your personality type, can handle or manage being triggered. Okay.
Mm,
I also recommend people go to therapy during the time that their court proceedings are in place. if you can't do those things, then having a really good support team of people who really care about you and who can come up and hold space for you after you have something traumatizing that happens to you in court, that's a very good thing. Now, additionally, in terms of energy work, there are a lot of practices that people can adopt depending on how severe the trauma is. Like somatic exercises are very good for people to move through, stuck energy related to being stressed or under stress or facing trauma. Tapping is another avenue that people can employ, as well as Reiki and breath work that people can do, meditation, anything that calls forth your mindfulness, anything that enables you to manage your energy and deal with your psychological personality type of issues. All of those things can be useful to you, but the main thing is you have to be proactive to understand yourself, to know what it is that you might actually need, because your attorney's not going to help you with that, because that's not what attorneys do. So you have to take the responsibility to manage that on your own, or with the help of people in the community.
Yeah. No, I was laughing because I'm like, attorneys don't do that, because that's not what attorneys do. I have to believe it's got to be a little difficult sometimes as an attorney to balance that, isn't it? Isn't that difficult to balance that?
Yeah, there are very definite boundaries that you cannot cross. Okay, because as helpful and empathetic as you might want to be, the rules of ethics are what they are, and you are licensed to practice law. You are not licensed to offer people therapy. You really can't even get too deeply involved in the lives of your clients. You can't, give your clients money if they, fall on hard times. I mean, there are very strict boundaries that attorneys have to respect. So, yeah.
I guess I didn't even think about that. Holy cats. That's going to lead me down a path maybe you didn't think we were going to go down. Talk to me about what that does to you as an attorney, though, as a human being that is also an attorney. How have you managed all of that? Like, how do you keep your boundaries?
It's like I said before, it's very difficult. I mean, because most of my work is in immigration, and I see some very egregious things happen to migrants in this country. And sometimes I want to do more, but like I said, there are boundaries and I can't do it. And so there've been a couple of times in my career where I've really suffered from burnout. I mean, really, really bad burnout. In fact, this year, I haven't stopped working this year, but I have reduced my workload this year because I'm really trying to work through some stagnant energy and some frustration and some stress on my own, just due to the nature of my work. I haven't had a full caseload this year because I really need to pay attention to myself. People who spend time helping people oftentimes find themselves drained, and that has definitely been an issue for me. So some of the things that I've just recommended to people to try, I've been doing myself this year: breath work, Reiki, and somatic exercises myself, as well as just taking time to reflect and to figure out how I'm going to navigate those ethical boundaries. It's something that was important for me to do.
Wow, that's amazing. So I'll go back to your clients now. One of the things, and we're going to get into some of your offers, and guys, there's a couple technical things troubles I'm having, so I will get this fixed so that you guys can have access to this momentarily. But one of the ways that you're trying to help us to become more empowered, right, throughout and experience less trauma throughout this experience is being able to be in this position and in this energy of feeling like of taking back control. what does that really mean to you? Like, how is a client that comes to you that is an empowered client, how are they different from probably the majority of people that come to you and then need your help in a time of desperate need?
What I would say is that people who are in a state of, what's the word?
Panic?
Panic, people who are in a state where a survival mode, that's what I was trying
There
to
you
say.
go.
They probably are not going to have the wherewithal to take advantage of what it is that I'm trying to, even though they might benefit the most, just in terms of their bandwidth, they probably are not going to be the people who take advantage of this these programs that I'm offering. But people who who have some experience with the legal system, maybe their legal process is already started. They don't like how they are progressing in it. They want to try something different. You know, people who realize that although they're partnering with their attorney for help in court, there's a limit to what attorneys can do, and they're willing to find other community support. And people who want to be proactive, people who don't want to just be passive participants in their court process, but who actually want to stand up and be a force to be reckoned with because they, like you said, they are empowered. Those would be the type of people I think would be interested in these programs.
Right. So, which that definitely helps. So if you're kind of in this space of survival, maybe employing some of the meditation and employing some of those techniques of getting yourself out of that space where you feel a little bit more empowered and you realize that you can actually kind of control your outcomes, or have at least a more so a say in your outcomes. That definitely is where we would need to be. um, so if you've been going through the process though, guys, then some of these things are going to be really really good for you as you decide to take full advantage or take control of your experience. I'm just going to show this one of the sites. This is going to be for the free to everyone offer that Rebel has, and which is really really amazing. Hopefully I'm going to show the right one. I think nope, this one here. So she has created this unique assessment called the Client Warrior Assessment. Um, Talk just a little bit about what started. How did we decide to call this a Client Warrior Assessment? What does being a Client Warrior mean to you?
Well, a client warrior is somebody, like I said, who wants to be proactive and they don't want to be a passive participant in the court process, because at the end of the day, they are going to suffer the greatest consequences. So I wanted to give people a way to be more powerful and be more confident in the process. And thank you for that comment. I appreciate it very much. And so there's a 5-step process where we spend time with people raising their awareness and also having them accept accountability for why it is that they are in the court process, regardless of whether they're the victim or the defendant. They have to take responsibility for how they got to that point. The next point is to be willing to show up and be the person that the court needs them to be to get the work done that needs to be done. The next step is to create a strategic plan for how they're going to get from where they are to where they want the outcome that they want. Mm-hmm. And the last point is to just show up and be a confident, reliable person in court. So this assessment helps people, figure out some things about their personality, about the resources they have available to them, the people, the team that they have available to them that can help them get through, how they react to certain triggering things that they're likely to be exposed to in court, and how willing they are to be strategic. So it's a very short, assessment. It's only 10 questions. And if you take the assessment and you get a passing score, then you'll get a certificate just as our token of appreciation for your willingness to participate.
Guys, that's awesome. You guys, you can listen. We all like a good certificate. We all enjoy that, don't we? We all enjoy that. That's amazing. Um, and I can tell you guys that as I've reviewed this work from Rebel, it really these questions are going to cause you to think. They're going to cause you to think, and they're going to make you really look very deep within and kind of sense how you're feeling on the inside. That's kind of been this theme we've been talking about today, is kind of the practical, logical reasonings for sensing how you're feeling, and that actually being in touch with your emotions it is one of the first steps to being empowered. Understanding how you communicate, understanding what triggers you, understanding why you react, and what your point of view is, right? So all of these things that are a huge factor in how we move through the world itself. Now, the VIP guys. So again, be sure that you're going to soulfulreconnection.net, and when you do purchase the VIP ticket, where $20 of that VIP ticket is going to go towards Hurricane Helene relief, then you're going to get access to her court readiness workbook. Now, I'm going to tell you guys, after this is going to be sold, much like everything else, all the other VIP. This is going to be sold. So this is an amazing opportunity to kind of jump in and get and be able to get on kind of like a ground level, be one of the first to access this. So talk to us about what this court readiness workbook is going to do for you, or for the people that gain access to this.
Yeah, so the readiness workbook is for people who take the assessment. So you have to have your baseline information before you start working on the workbook. And the purpose of the workbook is to prompt you into exploring deeper aspects about your personality, how you think about things, how ready you are to start taking action, your willingness to plan things out. And like I said, there are prompts to help you think those things through. And then after you do the thinking process, we have worksheets at the end of the workbook where you can actually organize meetings with your attorney, where you can actually there's a checklist of things that you need to do. There are places where you can take notes if you want to journal about emotions and feelings that come up. It's an amazing workbook. It's 37 pages long. But I think it's a good place for people to start if they want to really take control over how they show up in court.
And when you talk about taking control of how you show up in court, as an attorney, I kind of hinted at this earlier, but I want to dive deeper into it. How different is the experience, or can the experience be for someone that's going through court in some serious, especially again, you're in the federal courts, you're in the courts that don't play. So, not that any of them do, but that's like the minute, anytime anybody hears I got to go to federal court, everyone's like, like we're all like gathering up the money to put on somebody's books. Like we just know this ain't playtime. So how much different is it when someone comes and they can be an active part of their process?
I think if you are actively involved in the court process, rather than waiting for other people to decide what happens to you, right? You can step forward and infuse your energy, your personality, your reality into the court process. And I think what it does is it stops it from being so much of a mundane, bureaucratic process, even for the judge and the prosecutor, say if it's a criminal case, because they notice the difference between people who are actively involved in their case and who prepare and who show up and who are confident, and people that just are there. And sometimes it may make a difference. You have to convince a judge that you are a trustworthy, reliable, credible person. And the more effort that you put into how you show up, the more likely is that the judge will be convinced of those things. Now, certainly it's not going to guarantee that you're going to win, because there are a lot of factors that go into play with that. But certainly making a good impression on the judge and your opponent, whether it's the government or another regular person, certainly can help give you a better position in relationship to them. They may be more willing to negotiate with you, if you show up as somebody who's fully engaged in protecting your interests and protecting your position.
Do you think that's because they someone that's just going to just go along and not really seek to understand what's going on, seek to even understand what the ramifications could be, what the consequences could be, what this process really is, and how they got here? Do you think that it's the reason for, if those people that don't do that and just kind of like go along to get along, is there, I don't want to say that there's a lack of respect, but it feels like just from a human being level, like, I mean, judges are human beings. You'd be like, well, why aren't you participating? Like, what's going on? Is there kind of this lack of like, what happens in that?
I think a lot of people feel defeated. Like I said before, you're walking into a courtroom where people are speaking a language you don't really understand. It's an environment that's very intimidating. You have to rely on other people to make decisions that could affect your life. And a lot of people just feel, very, very defeated. Like, you'll notice the difference between, say, a wealthy person who goes into court and, say, a person of a lower economic standard who maybe didn't graduate from high school. A lot of times the second group of people are intimidated, right? Whereas the person who's wealthy, they spend time being around lawyers is no big deal. Being around judges are no big deal. They see them at the country club. They hang out with them in the social clubs. Their businesses require them to go to court all the time. So I think a lot of it has to do with exposure. And also, I think it also happens because it's easier for the system to have people come into court who just go along with the process. People who stand up for themselves, people who demand to be seen as individuals, oftentimes cause delays, and not delays that judges and opposing attorneys necessarily want to have to deal with, right? They have a lot of cases they have to process, and if every person came into court demanding to be present as an individual instead of just being a number, things would be a lot more difficult to get through. So I think, the system encourages people to just show up and go along and not really be fully present and involved in their court proceedings.
That can mean a whole lot.
Yeah.
Just like the thought that this is kind of this nasty little Ouroboros kind of circular argument, isn't it? So if we have various things that are occurring in society that may cause somebody or a group of people or a number of people to go astray of the law, not saying that they should, just saying it is what it is, right? So that happens, but then we have a process by which we are supposed to be sure that everyone receives justice. And so maybe someone thought they went awry, but they really didn't, afoul. And so, but then the process, like a mill, right? Just like, it's like, okay, we got all these people, we got thousands of men and women in, various holding facilities, and we've got to get through a ton of cases on the dockets every morning and every afternoon. I've seen where people have just gotten rushed along. We're like, listen, like, I've seen judges on like benches say, I don't have time to hear this. Like, I've got a full docket today. Can we move this along, please? And they'll tell the attorneys that.
Mm-hmm.
And the attorneys, like, some of them will be like, oh, okay. And then there's others who are like, well, we gotta hear this case. That this is it a case that the squeaky wheel gets the oil, or and the squeakier you can be, the better it may turn out to be for you?
I don't think it's the squeaky wheels, because I've seen a lot of squeaky people get crushed by judges and crushed like grapes in court. So I don't think it's a matter of being a squeaky wheel, but you do have to show yourself to be somebody who is confident, and you have to show yourself to be somebody who's taken the time to be familiar with the procedures and with the policies and what your position is. This is why people who are wealthy tend to get treated a lot more differently than people who are not, because they just have more experience with court processes and procedures, and they can't be bullied and pushed around as much as people who go to court maybe once or twice in their whole lives. You know, part of the trauma of what you're talking about, you can see it when people, I don't practice criminal law, but I have people who reach immigration after going through criminal processes. And one of the things that they'll say very often is that my attorney told me to plead guilty because I was going to get a better deal. It wasn't what I wanted to do. And so they end up being traumatized because, you know, one attorney told them to do something that ended up having negative consequences in immigration court, and now they're stuck, right? They followed the advice of an attorney telling them to plead guilty to get rid of the criminal case, but that only made the immigration case much more difficult, and now they're stuck. And judges don't want to hear that. You know, judges don't want to hear, I pled guilty because my attorney told me to plead guilty, right? And so these are some of the clients that I think could be helped if they take the time to be much more invested in all of the consequences that they're going to face from the decisions that they make in court, as opposed to, you know, one decision here, not knowing the consequence is going to happen over here. I think they would be, you know, a lot better off.
I think that's just, and that's anybody, right? Because you don't have to be necessarily facing immigration later. You'll just be facing life later, right?
Yeah.
And if you plead guilty to the wrong thing, and listen, I know that, you know, public defenders are going to be, they're overworked, and I get it. Like, I understand that there's but when somebody's life is on the line, not even necessarily be incarcerated for their entire life, but then to have this felony or whatever it may be on their record for their entire life, that's impactful. That's taken lightly.
Yeah, I mean, what I would say about that is that people go into court and they think that the court is looking at them as an individual. Actually, courts look at cases as matters. They call them matters. They don't necessarily even look at the person's full name. They may sometimes look at the person's last name, but they don't necessarily see them as individuals. And they have too many cases to do that. They can have personal, individualized, you know, interaction with every person. Otherwise, they would never get the work done. And let me say this too: many judges are very good judges. They try to do the right thing. It's just that they're overwhelmed with work, and they work in a bureaucracy. And bureaucracies are not designed to deal with people as individuals and deal with their individual circumstances. For the most part, they have to process similar cases as if they're the same. And so, yeah.
So that's why you're stressing that be empowered enough to be seen as an individual, because you're just a matter in the matter of the state versus whatever, or somebody versus somebody. You're just in the matter of.
Yeah, you're a number. And if there's not something unique about the way you present yourself in court, or something unique about your case, I mean, your attorney will handle the unique legal aspects of your case. But in terms of how you show up, you know, if you are not unique in any way and make your case recognizable as something that should be looked at a little differently than other people's cases, you know, you'll be just a number like everybody else. Wow.
That is I guess, you know, I knew it, but I didn't really until you hear someone say it, the realization of how important this is. Guys, you're going to be able to reach Rebel. Transformation is the her company name. Um, and like I said, I was having a couple technical difficulties, guys. So we're going to get her links to everything up here very quickly. Um, and then we're going to make sure that she's reachable all over, and be on the lookout for her, because I guarantee you, if not you, someone in your family, I'm sure, or your friend group is going to be able to utilize and really, um, you're going to find her services and the way that she approaches the law. Now, I want everyone to know up front before you engage with her, she's not your attorney by
Yes.
doing any of this stuff. You are
Yes.
not retaining her. This is not YouTube. This ain't considered legal advice. You know, consult your attorney of record, that you have retained or that has been retained for you. That ain't what this is. We're talking about the outskirts of this and just the ramifications and how one can show up, and potentially assist themselves in the legal process. So when you download these things, guys, you're not retaining her. So please
Yes.
understand that. And it's not that she doesn't like you. It's just that you're not retaining her, okay?
Yes,
Uh,
this is not legal advice.
no, this is not
It's
legal advice.
personal development advice, but not legal advice.
Yes. Which all of us could use a little personal development. So
Yes.
but coming from this perspective, it's very important to develop yourself in this area for this purpose. And so this is where I truly believe it can help a lot of people. Well, I want to thank you so very much. This has
Thank
been
you.
extremely insightful. And I know that you are going to, in the very near future, help a lot of people, in this legal process. And we're really looking forward to all the wonderful things that you're going to do.
Thank you so much. And thank you for, again also for making the donation to the people in North Carolina. I know that's where you're living now. I have ancestral ties to North Carolina, so it was devastating what happened there. So thank you so much for the for looking out for North Carolinians.
Yeah, they've become my adopted home. Like, I didn't think that I was going to have this kind of visceral of a reaction to this. You know, I was born and raised in Wisconsin. This is just, it's heartbreaking, and it only happened about 2.5 hours away from where I live, not far.
Yeah.
Yeah, this will be going on for a little while, but it's my honor to be able to help them. So awesome. Well, thank you so much. We are going to take Rebel backstage for a little while if she wishes to stay on. And I'm going to be speaking next, guys. So thank you very much again. And we'll get everything out to folks very shortly. But you guys go to soulfulreconnection.net and you'll be able to gain access. All right.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks. All right. Wasn't that amazing, guys? Tamara says, this is great work. Thank you, Rebel, for what you're doing to help others. And thank you, everybody. Thank you. That's on TikTok, that's on YouTube, that's on Facebook, that's here. Ooh, excuse me. In the studio audience, thank you everybody for donating. It was just amazing. Michelle says, thank you. This was awesome. Thank you so much, Rebel. And I'm not sure who else is going to be able to stay and who else is going to be here in just a short minute. So I'm going to be talking to you guys about empowerment and about this evolution of empowerment and what it means to me, and how I believe that we can, rise from the ashes, right? Because that's what I feel like that's the next thing on board. Guys, let folks know that we are here. I know there was a number of YouTubers that were actually going to post this and kind of talk about this event, but they then were in the pathway of Hurricane Milton, and some of them literally just got power back momentarily. I just a little bit ago, because I did see that occur. So if I'm gonna take just one more very tiny, teeny, tiny short break, I'm actually gonna play, I think, the intro video so you guys have a little bit more. Share this with folks, guys. Share this event with people. And actually, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go back out to the YouTube streets, and we're going to get another Hurricane Helene. We're going to get another Hurricane Helene update. The video I showed you earlier was while it was occurring. But what I want to do now is play some local recovery. So this is going to be from the storm damage here, and we're going to play this in just a moment, and we will return with my talk and then the panel, and then we'll wrap it up for the day.
I want to show you some of the video that we shot while we were there, because it was really hit. One of the hardest communities I saw that was hit. The Swananoa River came out of its banks and just, ripped homes off the foundation. Even the asphalt, the roads there, they were ripped off. So you were almost driving on gravel, which kicked up a lot of dust. So it's still, that area still, they're really starting the recovery process. I mean, there's a lot to be done.
Kind of explains why that reporter had a mask on too, probably.
Oh, the dust is awful. And it just coats you, and it's in your mouth. And, they've got people out there trying to hose down the roads and the driveways and shopping centers. But I mean, it's just, I really feel for the people there and everyone we talk to and just what they're experiencing. I'll tell you the one thing about Swananoa is a lot of them don't want to leave. They've actually put tents along the riverbank, and they're just sleeping there because they don't want to leave their properties.
What about actually getting there? A lot of us head up that way this time of year to see the fall colors. I-40, major interstate. Yep. Can you see anything different from just cruising toward Asheville and I-40? And where did it start to get bad?
Yeah, you can. You can see where the landslides occurred. Especially there was a landslide that went right across there on 40. And so that was part of the problem in the initial recovery stages. They couldn't get to that area because of that landslide. So they had to clean that up. But you can see where the damage is along 40, where the landslides occurred. But for the most part, 40 is open. But a lot of people that I talk to want the visitors, the looky-loos, just to stay out.
Yeah, because you're getting in the way.
Right, it's a long process. This was actually Old Fort. This is that area. That was a home that was destroyed that was right there actually sat right next to Mill Creek. And it's just a creek. And everyone now says it feels more like Mill River because it came so far out of the bank, something that they have not seen in that area. And that's Camp Greer. This is like a makeshift community. They have their own septic system. They have their own electricity. And that's a safe haven for people in that area where they can go and just have a place to sleep because they've got cabins there because it's a summer camp. So they can sleep, they can do their laundry, they can get a hot meal, and they can take naps, all that stuff. So
make it as normal as they can.
It is that they all said this is like the most normal we felt in months or weeks.
You were sharing something with me, and it kind of gives me goosebumps just to even think about it. You were looking at the rubble, and you were just seeing things buried.
Yeah. I mean, I saw a child's binder that had pictures that they had drawn. We saw a little, like a little figurine angel and walkers and crutches and new rivers that have been created that came off of the Swananoa River. And I talked to a young gentleman who used to live in Swananoa, and he was evacuating because he just moved to Florida. He walked up and he said, "This is where I used to live." And the house was still intact, but right next to it, there was this brand new little creek. He said that wasn't there. And inside the creek were cars, were boats. The debris it's going to take a really long time to get all of that debris out.
Yeah. What's everyone telling you? Because we're down here feeling helpless. We can't go up. We want to do something.
Right.
They don't necessarily need everything anymore, and they don't necessarily want us up there right now.
Right. So I'm being told they've got plenty of water. The things they need right now, they need money. They want you to go and donate money to these small communities, and also clothes. And one quick thing, I talked about going to Asheville and going up 74A and trying to make my way to Chimney Rock and Lake Lord, which was just devastated. This is some of that video, but on our way, we stopped in Girton, and the fire chief, he was so exhausted talking to me, and he didn't want to. He was like, we need you guys to get out of here because it's just a 2-lane road, and they have DOT, and they have linemen out there trying to restore power and to get the roads fixed. And so in the end, he just said, just to let people know, please don't be a tourist.
Yeah,
stay out of the area. These small mountain towns, less than 100 people, less than 1,000 people, they need their space and peace right now.
And really quickly, we do have information on our website, cbs17.com, for people to get to make some donations through our parent company, Nexstar. There's a link there to go straight to the Red Cross. So
money. They really need money. All right, we'll be right back.
Okay, thank you guys. Thank you. I was just in the middle of just one other thing. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for hanging out with me today. I know it's been a bit of a day, but we're going to be back tomorrow. So this isn't just a one-day thing. We are going to be back tomorrow. I can't wait. We're going to be back with some more wonderful folks, with Michelle, with Lindsay, with Cheyenne, and with Alana, and with Snehi. Snehi will be here today as well. So I mean, hey, we're having an amazing time all the way around the horn. And I'm actually waiting for one thing. I don't know if Rebel is around, if you can hear me. If you can hear me, I just sent you an email. So if you could get that over to me, that would be amazing. Okay. All right. Oh, so we had both Michelles. Okay. I was like freaked out for a second. So and I have Michelle Hughes here, and I have Michelle. Okay. But not that, but either one is another one. All right, guys, this is what we're going to be chatting about for the next little bit. Let me just put my own thumbnail up, right? Oops. What we're going to talk about today is we're going to talk about the evolution of empowerment and peeling back the layers to release the phoenix. So the evolution of empowerment and peeling back the layers to release the phoenix. What do I mean by that? Empowerment, I think we sometimes when we hear the word empowerment, there's a number of different meanings we can associate with that, right? One of those meanings is that somehow we were disenfranchised and incapable of exercising a God-given or inalienable right. And because of that, then we needed to become empowered. Oh, Tamara wanted me to put the applause on. I'll put the applause on. I'll put the applause on. Here we go. Okay. We got the screams. We got the beaver screams. Okay. All right. Empowerment, right? That felt a little empowering right there, right? Just allowing myself the latitude to be able to enjoy a little celebration of myself, which I don't always do. So that's thank you very much. So empowerment, right? Empowerment can be so many different things. When we hear about empowerment, and I think it can almost be sometimes it can end up being a little bit of a dirty word, and it's somewhat a little toxic. And why do I say that? Because what a lot of people, when they hear women's empowerment, especially when it's women's empowerment, they get a negative feeling immediately, right? Immediately, like the red pill or the manosphere, or dare I say the conservative community sometimes gets this really weirded out thing, right? Image of what that means. Because they're taking it to like this kind of toxic level, which, I mean, can we be real? It has been a tad bit toxic, where it goes beyond the empowerment. And if we just take that word empowerment, and let's break it up, because you guys know I'm huge into etymology, right? So EM being embarking or imbuing, or imbuing is an IM. So EM kind of means this total within, without. If I'm going to embark on a project, that means I'm kind of going forth. So we get this image of kind of movement, okay? Movement. So empower, well, power stands on its own, right? We understand what that means. That's the energy of not being kind of down and out, right? We're moving in this energy of strength, okay, and determination. So strength and determination. And then mentality, mental. So I am moving into a strength of my mental. I am moving into a strength of my perception of the world. I am moving into a strength of mentality of mind. And ment can also delineate a containment. So it can delineate a container within which something operates. So I am moving to move into an area of power into my contained world. So empowerment means empowering not only my mind, my body, my soul. It means moving into the ability to live in power in my realm. And then I'm going to exercise said power throughout my realm. That you don't just get to just kind of do whatever you want, be however you want to be, live, and you don't get to run over me in any kind of way. So sometimes what can happen is that when we begin to move in an empowered way, unfortunately, what can occur, okay, is that sometimes we run roughshod over other people, and we're not cognizant of that, or other people that have been used to controlling us can take it the wrong way. So when I talk about this evolution of empowerment, it goes from it went from, freeing people from oppression of slavery or indentured servitude and whatnot, to then maybe freeing them from oppression from government or royalty or some. It is always this sense of the underdog, or those that are oppressed, coming into their own power. And I think that what you've seen over today, some of what we've seen today and heard from our speakers, and I want to thank Tamara, and I want to thank Carrie, and I want to thank Rebel, fabulous women, all three of you. You guys are just amazing. I love you. I love you. I love you. What came out today is there are layers to the trauma. There are layers to the programming. There are layers upon layers upon layers of things that we are told, and results of experiences, that what ends up happening is we create this point of view of the world. And a lot of times what happens is we feel like we can't change anything, or there's certain situations we get into that we find ourselves in that we feel powerless. And this is where we need to gain empowerment. And I will tell you that we give our power away innocently most of the time, subconsciously most of the time, unknowingly most of the time. We hand it over. And we hand it over to people that we feel, we that are in some level of authority over us, or that we believe are in some level of authority over us. What do I mean by that? Let's talk about it, shall we? So, for instance, I'll just go medically first of all. We enter into a medical office, okay? We enter into a doctor's office, nurse practitioner. We enter into an ER. We enter into whatever. And we go there with this person that is practicing medicine. Let's keep that in mind. They're practicing medicine. And we go into this and we give them a list of our symptoms. These are the things that are showing up. Symptoms, I want you to remember, are patterns or energies or things that are showing up in our world. Okay, so we go and we say, this is what's we're presenting with symptoms. And then they take that information and then they go, or they do in their brain. And then they say, okay, well, you're presenting with these symptoms, and those symptoms then could potentially mean that you're suffering from this, or this. And then they give you a diagnosis. And sometimes they prescribe a medication. But what does that medication really do? Does it really heal you? Most of the time, not. It just relieves the symptoms. It relieves the symptoms, but doesn't treat the core issue. Do you have any idea what happens and how your core issue really gets treated? That's right, it treats the symptoms. Because your own body, your own internal system, your own white blood cells, your own immune system is amazing and has the capacity, unless it's been damaged, it has the capacity to heal itself. So by treating the symptoms, that gives your white blood cells and the rest of your immune system an opportunity to rev up and say, we got some bad guys in the bloodstream. Let's get rid of it. You then become empowered because you've peeled back the layers of the symptoms that were keeping you, your body, your consciousness, your internal self from seeing what the heck is really going on and treating the root cause. This is truly, to me, what empowerment really means. It means I now have the ability to look at, to analyze, to diagnose, to triage what the heck is happening within my being. Why is it resonating in this way? Why am I still attracting the same type of person? Why am I still attracting these same outcomes? Why does it seem that I take one step forward and then 5 daggone steps back every time? Why? Because I haven't treated the root problem. Because I have not become empowered to, when someone comes in and presents to me you're no good. Why should you have the capability of, or why should anyone follow you, or why should anyone, you're not good enough, you haven't had enough training, you're not doing this enough, you're not doing that enough. People aren't going to be able to afford to work with you. I could come up with 50 million different things. You don't deserve this. You're a single mama and you're doing this on your own and you're 56 years old. And what are you doing? The other day, I kind of remembered that I was 56. It was cool to say I was 55. Now I'm like, oh, 56. That means I'm just this side of 60, and I'm not really having an issue with that. So I'm gonna need y'all to hold space and pray for me, because I'm having an issue with the 6-0. Anyway, but all these things, right? They're like, well, why are you doing this? What are you doing? You don't deserve it. And the doubts and the fears and the this and the that all happen, and then all of this creeps in. and it disempowers you. I would be lying to you if I told you that sometimes I don't feel disempowered. I do. I'm human. Sometimes I have to face the demons again or the program from way back when. The programming that was put in me, Daddy did it. I'm sure he didn't mean to. And to some degree, Mama did it too. I'm sure she didn't mean to. Because of the dynamic of the relationship, of their relationship, and then the dynamic that then of the relationship as it related to us children. And we've talked about this in this channel before about how, it was a very violent household, and it was a lot. I mean, it was fear run violent household. There was a lot of DV happening. And, also DV and CA. Now, I'm not telling you that to get any pity. It is what it is, and it shaped me and molded me to the part of that shaped me and molded me to the woman that I am today. What I am saying, though, is there are certain things that were programmed in my brain about how a woman is, how a wife is, what the role of a wife is, what a wife should expect to be, like, what that is, how a wife should expect to be treated, how you shouldn't be treated, and all these. I don't want a man to do this. I don't ever want a man to make as much more money than me because all these different things, right? Go into the programming, even how I felt about me as a human being, not being in touch. We talked about this at the beginning with Tamara, not being in touch with your feelings. I wasn't in touch with my feelings. I shut those off. Why would I feel? The minute you feel anything in my household, when you grew up, as I was growing up, that was tantamount to it's all what's about to break loose. I'm not going to leave myself prone to or open to the attack by my father. Not going to do it. So if I show my feelings and show my emotions, I'm leaving myself open for a potential attack. I'm not going to show any weakness. Hello, somebody. So now how does that translate then later on in life? If I can't show weakness, then I truly don't feel empowered, or what I perceive as weakness. I truly don't feel empowered to do what? To make a statement. I truly don't feel empowered to tell you how I really feel because I don't want you to perceive it as weakness. I don't want to be as kind to you as maybe I normally would be because I don't want you to take my kindness for what? Weakness. That's a common theme. That's a common saying. I'm sure all of us have said it. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you. Thank you, Michelle. I don't want you to take my kindness for what? For weakness. Kitty, you're going to have to move now. You've been real good. So there's different insidious little things that we learn as we're going along in life as children, as teenagers, as young adults, as adult, 20s and 30s, all these experiences and all this programming goes in. And what happens then when a set of symptoms presents itself? When a set of things happen in our lives, we run it through our diagnostics and we say, this is what it is. And typically what we do is we treat the issue and we don't actually get to the core of it. So that's why I wanted to talk about this, peeling the layers back. If you've been dealing with a set of issues, a set of circumstances, and you keep attracting the same type of thing, so I want you to look at your life in general. And this, this might not be real comfortable today on a Saturday to do this, but baby, we're going to have to do it anyway. Okay, it's what it is. Thank you, Cheyenne. Yeah, Gemini is feeling it. She's like, woman, you have been over on this here YouTube for many hours. I thought we agreed you weren't going to do this. Oof. I can tell I'm going to have to go soak. Anyway, so if things keep swirling around you, okay, They keep swirling around you, and you seem to attract the same type of situations over and over and over and over and over again. This is a program that's running. This is a layer we have to peel back. This is something we're going to have to figure out. Why do you keep attracting the same thing over and over again? And I don't want you to look at it in a simplistic manner of the same type of relationship or the same, you know what I'm saying? Or the same man, right? The same toxic. And some of y'all may be like, oh, well, I don't get the same person all the time. Men are just trash. That's not true. Not all men are. Now, there might be some that are, babe. I ain't gonna lie to you. But not all men. Not all men are trash. Not all men are trash, okay? There are some good ones out there. So now, so the first thing we have to do is we have to look and see what similar situations, what are the symptoms. So I'm gonna give you some symptoms. Do you find that you end up feeling used in situations? Do you find that these are symptoms of certain things. Do you find that maybe you're not getting the recognition that you know you deserve? And I'm talking in any situation. Do you find that you are consistently the peacemaker, yet nobody gives a good gosh darn how you feel about anything? Do you find that you are not able to speak out properly, right? Does Gemini have a summit talk? I don't know. She just jumped down and meowed. So maybe she has something she wants to put in here. Are those things that you guys find? I want you to start thinking about some of the things that happen in your life in general. I don't care if it's in your romantic life, in your platonic life, in your work life, in your familial life. I want you to start looking at consistent themes. It took me till about 48, 49 years old to realize, maybe 50, to realize that I was sabotaging. I was engaging in such massive self-sabotage, it wasn't even funny. I finally realized, I had this saying when I was in corporate America, and let me tell you something, I was a very good manager and creator of teams and leader of teams for sales, for customer service, for marketing. Very good. And I used to call myself, when I would go for interviews for these types of roles, I called myself the kingmaker. And you know why I called myself the kingmaker? Because I could make you king or queen, hands down. Hands down. I could make sure that CEO, that director, that VP, if I'm underneath them and I'm running this whole show, honey, let me tell you something. The show's going to be run. Your sales are going to go up. Your client appreciation and your client experience numbers are going to go up. They're going to get better. Everything's going to improve. People are going to love coming to work. Like, I'm going to have I was always the kingmaker. And then one day I realized why I found myself unsatisfied and dissatisfied with all of those roles at the end of it. Why I ended up, just when I was about to hit C-suite, the other shoe would drop and I would end up getting downsized. Do you know why? Because internally I didn't feel like I deserved to be queen. I'm going to go back to my childhood. I was always or at least trying to be the peacemaker. I was the one daddy listened to. One mom. It was me. I was the one that, you know, would figure out, okay, this is how we're gonna handle this, right? I was the one that would specifically pick arguments with my father over the phone just so that my mother didn't have to deal with that when she got home from work. So I'd like tucker him out from arguing. I was also the one, or one of the ones, all the kids were told that, you know, you were to be seen, not heard. Anytime I had something that I wanted to say about how I felt about something, even when I was asked how I felt about it, then when I said how I felt about it, if I was truthful, oh boy, it was hell to tell a captain. Like, it was a problem. So I learned to figure out what it is you actually wanted to hear. You know what else that taught me, though? That my feelings weren't important. Even though I was getting straight A's, my father would, you know, say on a regular basis how stupid I was. And then say, you got to think strategically. You got to think better. You got to think this. You got to think that. It was never enough. A's were never enough. A pluses were never enough. It wasn't enough to have A's and then be going to state and cross country and state in long distance track and it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to win competitions in violin. It wasn't enough to win math competitions. It wasn't enough to win debate. It wasn't enough. And it was never enough. And so I never thought I was good enough to be the queen. So what did I typically do? Things would happen, and internally I would create this atmosphere that just before I hit C-suite, just before I got my queendom, I was downsized. I didn't figure that out till my late 40s, early 50s. I didn't figure it out till then. That's terrible. Right? And I don't want anybody else to go through that. This is why we're here, right? This is why I'm working with so many powerful women who have a voice and who I want to help amplify that voice. Because each and every one of us, and I'm not saying that I don't want to help the men too. Men folk, y'all come on through too. I'm not, baby, come on. I'm ready for you. I want to empower people to speak. I want you to be able to help others get through these things. That's what this is all about. When we peel back the layers of this onion, so to speak, of disempowerment, and we realize, oh, wait, I don't use my voice here because of this. Oh, wait, it's not just that I have a self-fulfilling prophecy for jobs, but honey, I attract people, I attract lovers, and that ain't ish. Why do I do that? Well, let's see. Well, Lisa, I won't say all of my people that I've been with ain't ish. So if any of my exes are watching, I'm not saying all of you ain't ish. Those of you that ain't ish probably ain't even watching. So if you're watching and we used to date, this don't apply to you. Okay? Because you're accepting me for who I am right now. But let me tell you something. Not all my relationships have been. First of all, I've had a series of very unsuccessful relationships, and some very successful ones, or relatively successful. But what I will tell you is this: I chose people typically, or I attracted people, and I'm going to apologize for any of my exes that are watching me right now. Typically, I chose people that either, I went to college. I attended college. That did not have a college education, or I felt like couldn't make as much money as me, or whatever. Subconsciously, this is what I was doing. I wasn't doing this consciously, but in some area that I felt I could exercise some level of control over. Why? Because my father had been so controlling, and mainly is because of the money, right? He was like, I pay the cost, yada yada yada. I earn all the money. I'm the breadwinner, so I get whatever I say goes. That's okay, but that didn't mean that you had the right then to treat everybody horribly and be abusive. But the reaction to that was, I'm going to find people, right? And then when I did find people that were potentially on my level, or we were like equals, or we could be a partner, I didn't necessarily know how to be a good partner. Because of this, because now wait, now I'm being taught to be the strong woman and being taught to be logical and put my emotions to the side. And remember, I said, I can't use my emotion. I can't let you know how I'm feeling. I cannot be in touch with my feelings, because that is a spot that you could hit me at. That's my soft underbelly. And I'm not going to show that to you. And I'm not going to let my shield down. I ain't letting my guard down. My sword is staying up. My helmet is staying on. And if you get past my shield, I got that breastplate on. I got my armor on, baby. And it ain't even the armor of God. It's just my armor that I'm not letting you through. Do you understand? So I was not a good partner because I wasn't able to be open and honest. I wasn't able to let people in. I wasn't able to exchange, and I did not want to relinquish any level of control. I didn't want to compromise. Plus, then I'm taught by the church that this level of submission that my mother was doing, and my grandmother and everybody else, that this whole submit thing, and I got to do what you say do all the time, that ain't going to fly with me. It still ain't going to fly with me now, but I think that we can be a good partnership. So that's an area that I had to peel back. And then I had to peel back the friendship area. Giving, and overgiving. And then the family and all these things. So I had to peel all these different layers all throughout my life back, to finally get to the core. And then when you get to the core of that, sometimes you know what you find? Sometimes you find a pile of ashes. And you know why you find a pile of ashes? Because layer by layer, you've been burning away the structures that have been built for you in your mind, in your heart, in your soul, and your being in this incarnation. You've burnt it all down. And now I've got a pile of ashes. And what the heck am I supposed to do with that? You brush that away. And down in that core, you find that phoenix. Down in that core, you find that highly powerful, highly motivated. You find that being. You find that being that is eternally wise. You find that being that can express his or herself. You find that being that is proud, not narcissistic, that is strong, that is amazing, that spreads their wings and takes flight. You find that being that's willing to burn it all to the ground, only to rise from the ashes as the true essence of who they are once we get rid of everything else. That's what you do. It is an evolutionary process. I did not get to be who I am in this moment overnight. I didn't. I did get to be this person, though, by peeling every bit of every layer away. And then when that comes back, because don't get me wrong, remember I said, I still feel a little weird and wonky sometimes too. Sometimes I still like, do I really deserve all this? Do I really? But now I recognize what that energy is. And now I recognize where the core, where the root of it came from. And now I can say, yes, I do. It's okay. We're not operating that same way. Yep, I'm going to new levels. I'm going to new heights. I'm doing new things. And I deserve every bit of it. Every bit. Now I know how to deal with those energies as they present themselves. I'm not attracting them in on a regular basis and where I allow them to take root. But what I am doing, right, is letting them come towards me. And as they come towards me, as it happens, then I can look at it, and I can look at it from an empowered state where I've taken that pain and we've cleaned it and we transmuted it and transformed it and allowed it to become power. Yeah. Allow yourself to evolve into the new being that you've always been meant to be. Allow yourself that latitude. Allow yourself that grace. Right? Allow that for yourself. All right. Guys, guess what? We are going to have our panel in just a few moments. I appreciate y'all so very much. And I'm going to put something in the private chat back there. All right. So guys, for my free gift kind of is this, we're doing this weekend. For my VIPs, I want you to, for my VIPs, we're going to have this coming Thursday night. We have what we call a Soulful. I have a Soulfire Syndicate Mastermind. And let me just bring that up so you guys can see what that's all about. The Soulfire Syndicate Mastermind. It is a group of people, group of women that come together, and we meet twice a week. Right now, they're all mainly on Thursdays. However, this coming Thursday evening, my VIPs are going to get an opportunity to come and be a part of the Thursday night classes and the Thursday night mastermind with the group. So all my Lightworker Academy folks, the people that you've seen today, the people you see tomorrow, we're all going to be getting together. And what we talk about is entrepreneurship. So if you're wanting to be an entrepreneur, and if you want to do things in the way that you want to do them, in other words, if you have a desire, I talk about spiritual entrepreneurs right now, right here, but I'm really talking to the transformational entrepreneurs. I'm really talking to those people that just really want to make a complete change and help others make a change in their lives, and guiding people through the process, right? Through this empowerment process. And it could be in any way. Sandra's, we got one that's doing this through the legal system. We have Carrie that's doing it through facilitation training. We have Tamara that's doing this through passion and intimacy and coaching and assisting others. We're going to have people that are doing it through journaling, through helping people through postpartum and pregnancy coaching, just a myriad, relationship coaching, just a myriad of ways. I've had doctors, we've had nurse practitioners, we've had various licensed clinicians in various ways that want to just help in a holistic manner. So if you want to join a group that's like that, I want you guys to come to this. And I might just offer this to everybody, right? So that you can come and experience one of our mastermind meetings. And you could have started a business, but let me tell you something as well. In addition to being able to come to the virtual events and for free, and then also you get a discount on my live events. Again, this is normally it's $197 a month or $19.97 for the year. Let me tell you something. Something that I learned in the recent history here. I have a few clients that we do different things for, right? I help different people in different ways. And we're about to bring our panel up. We're about to have our panel discussion here. But one thing I know about anybody who wants to get into coaching and who is the coach, right? Or who wants to get into this in a different level and really make a transformational impact to people's lives. One thing I know is that typically what'll happen is people, hey, sweetheart, hey, doll, been doing great. Hello, sweetheart. Oh, thank you so much. One thing I know about people that as they grow and they want to make an impact in people's lives, if you have ever thought about getting into coaching, whether it's life coaching, spiritual coaching, whatever, or any type of transformational entrepreneurship, what'll typically happen is you'll run across somebody that'll say, yep, great, this is how you do it. It's got to be a high ticket offer. It's got to be this. It's got to be that. And there's a specific methodology that they teach. And that's what they teach, and that's it. And it's that way or the highway. And they'll try to fit you into some mold. But the methodology that we've created, called Lightworker Business Accelerator, that's the system, is I don't care what it is you want to do. I just want you to do it. So you come to me and you say to me, this is what I want to do and how I want to do it. And we figure out a way to do that in that way for your niche. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to fit you into a Tony Robbins or this or that, or I don't, well, okay, that's great. But how do you want to do this? And what makes sense for you? And how are your passions? How is your passion and your purpose going to be best served? And how are you going to be able to help people? That's the differentiation. I want this to fit you. This is all about you. And my goal is to reach 10,000 folks. Now, over the next couple of today and then tomorrow, you're going to get some more opportunities. You're going to find a little bit more about that. But I'm going to work on tonight, but I'll give everybody a methodology to be able to sign in, and come to the Thursday night class and mastermind, and just to begin to experience what this feels like. And if my alumni, if you're watching, come on and see what it's like now. And then we can talk about, y'all coming on back in and let's reconnect the community. But this is what it's all about for you guys. Okay. Now, thank you so much for allowing me that moment, right? Thank you so much again for allowing me that moment. We're going to move into our discussion right now, our day one panel discussion. So anybody that's backstage, any of my speakers, any of my lovely, lovely peeps that is planning on participating in this day one panel discussion, where we're about to start talking about reconnecting to your soul's eternal wisdom. Can you please put your cameras on so they know that you're ready to participate with me? And I'm going to start. Let me do one. This is probably the last time we're going to play this today. I'm going to find some other. Here's some yays, right? Here we go. All right, I'm going to bring up first Lindsay. Hello, Lindsay from Crown and Crane. Hi there.
Hey, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing well. I've enjoyed this whole day.
It's been a great time, hasn't it?
To hear all the women speak.
This has been so empowering and so wonderful. I've just absolutely loved it. Thank you so much. I'm so excited to have. Now, Lindsay's going to be doing her interview tomorrow, so you just hang on for that, guys. And Tamara's back. Yay! Hi! We are a mess.
We love it here. We have fun.
I love it here. I love it here. Well, let's get some more the female crowd. There we go. Wonderful. This is fabulous. Tamara's also going to be here. If anybody else, the speakers, if you want to go to, I sent you guys the day one. So anybody that's backstage, if you want to come up, let me know by making yourself able to be seen. If not, we are going to get started here talking about reconnecting to your soul's eternal wisdom. Thank you so much, Bethan. Thank you. And guys, don't forget, go to soulfulreconnection.net, soulfulreconnection.net, to sign up so you can be backstage as well. And also then so you can get access to the VIP options. Okay. Oh, you know what? I wasn't showing anybody's names. Y'all didn't even tell me I wasn't showing y'all names. Y'all just, here, let me show your names. Let me show you names. Hey, there we are. All right. Eternal wisdom. First of all, we haven't met you yet, Lindsay. Can you want to give us just a brief, because we're going to meet you. Give us a brief bit about what you do and who you are and why you're here.
Yes. So my name is Lindsay, and working with you, Dr. Lisa, I'm coming up with what I'm calling kind of my internal intuitive business within. And that's what Crown and Crane is. It's to help men and women alike who might be going through what I call a spiritual renaissance or an awakening, and dealing with that process, because sometimes it's very lonely. So I've experienced it for myself. And through that, I've been able to create some methodologies that I believe will support people through their spiritual renaissance. Through journaling, reading, self-discovery, self-actualization, all of that, like really taking yourself on an inner journey so you can be as powerful as you are inside, and you can show up like that in the outside world.
You guys wait till tomorrow and wait till we talk to Lindsay. She is every bit as powerful as she just presented herself. She's amazing. I love her. Okay, thank you very much. So on that note, let's talk about this concept of eternal wisdom. I will start with Lindsay, and then we'll go to Tamara. When I say the term eternal, or your soul's eternal wisdom, what do you feel like that means to you? I know, right?
Right off the bat, so even as a young child, I always felt like I was a philosopher almost. Like I would question myself deeply over, things like death and what happens to you after you pass away. And like often, I don't want to say morbid thoughts, but always kind of knowing that I was here for a greater purpose. And, people throughout your life can tell you, oh, you can do anything you put your mind to. Yes, you can. But until you actually believe that yourself, and you tap into the wisdom that your soul was born here to live, until you tap into that, you can just be on this earthly plane, not living to your full potential. And I think for me, it was really going deep and believing in myself. And that took 39 years. I'm still a work in progress, but tapping into that and receiving these messages and guidance from, people that may have passed on, or looking at the signs and synchronicities and realizing that like the universe is actually within inside of me. That was super powerful, and you keep learning about what I have inside of me, and it is eternal. I believe I've been here before and I'll be here again. Like you are eternal in this realm.
Awesome. Thank you. Yes. Tamara, what does it mean to you, soul's eternal wisdom?
It's a lot, but to me, it feels like it's the foundation of who you are, and foundation of who you are, what you've experienced, and who you're meant to be. It's like a package deal. It encompasses all of that in one. And I think it's up to us to create our own path. Like once we've identified that we know what our path is, it's up to us to then create it, to then continue on with that foundational, that wisdom that we have ourselves.
Very much so. Very much so. I agree. Rebel, come back. We're gonna have you here, and she be going dipping in and out. Girl, hello. Don't play with me. You my speakers, y'all can come up on any day. Either day doesn't matter to me. So I'm gonna put you in the hot seat right away.
Oh,
What
okay.
does your soul, the term or the concept of your soul's eternal wisdom mean to you, Rebel?
Eternal wisdom is, I think, an inner knowing that has always been with you and will always be with you, whether you are on this plane of existence or whether you pass to the next realm. It's something that has always been part of your being, regardless of the form of body you might have.
Absolutely. You know what's interesting is of course, being a minister, right? We study the Bible. One would hope that being ordained, one would have studied the Bible. But I'll leave that there. So here's the famous verse in Jeremiah that where God is saying that they knew Jeremiah before they were even formed in the womb, right? And that there was a purpose and a plan and all of this that was already set in place in motion, and that then Jeremiah was then equipped to fulfill that purpose in the incarnation. And we took that for just to mean just kind of face value. Oh, God knew you before, and it was all kind of cutesy. But I really, now looking at it from a different perspective, that to me is like that just kind of shows this continuity of consciousness from incarnation to incarnation that your soul carries with it throughout each incarnation, as Rebel said, no matter on what plane of existence you're on. And when we and the reason why I wanted to talk about this reconnecting to our soul's eternal wisdom is because I think when we just cordoned off this life as just only in this life, in this 90 to 100 or what have you years on this plane, and don't tap into eternity, then we lose out on so much, right? And we just as I was speaking of just right before we got up here, we end up in patterns that we don't break. And I think we end up in a lot more pain than we should. I'm going to go back around. Rebel, how have you found, you mentioned doing ancestral practices, which again, I've learned so much about you today, just a very short time. Has that helped you to, like, how can, do you think ancestral practices, how can that help tap into your soul's eternal wisdom, do you think?
Well, I mean, I don't know how much you want to go into
go
spiritual beliefs, but
that's what this channel is. Come on.
I personally believe that you're born into certain bloodlines, and that your connection to your ancestors is not random, and that you're in that bloodline because there's a mission that is put onto your bloodline, and so you're always going to be influenced and assisted by and guided by and inspired by your ancestors, because there is a mission that didn't stop with them, that continues on to you, and that after you pass on into the next realm, you will jump into that space, and your descendants will benefit from your inspiration and guidance. And so I just think it's a continuum that never ends.
I don't know that I've ever heard it quite explained like that. That is beautiful. So then that would explain very nicely how, like, for instance, I'm a seer, my mother's a seer, my mother's mother's a seer, her mother was a seer. I can go on and on and on all the way back, definitely on my maternal bloodline, with specific like spiritual gifts and then things that I would think that we were meant to use those gifts for. So and a long line of healers. So that would really explain that quite nicely, wouldn't it? Wow. I love that, Sandra. I love that. I'm gonna come back. Now we're gonna go to Tamara. How do you feel that being in touch with your pleasures and intimacy and that side of that very sacred, right, area of yourself, how does that, do you think, help you tap into or reconnect to your soul's wisdom?
Well, it connects with the body because our bodies are so wise. There's so much wisdom in our bodies. And that's one of the reasons why I incorporate meditation into not only my life, but into my coaching, because meditation is just silence. It's just sitting in silence. It's being still and just listening for the wisdom or the answers from our body. And I feel like when you're tapping into that, it begins the process of healing. It begins the process of healing you for other things, whether it's pleasure and intimacy or other things in your life. And I also think that it's connecting you to the ancestors as well, because I do feel a connection to them on my everyday life and in my coaching. So, because I come from a long line of seers and women who, see things and feel things, and I see it passing on to my daughter too. So through our dreams and through our visions and things like that. So, and I know for me, it intensifies when I meditate. The more I meditate, the more I connect on a deeper level.
Okay. Lindsay, from your perspective, going through that, your awakening process, which is a very individual and unique process for each and every one of us, yet it's similar. What is going through that process? How does that kind of connect with tapping into your soul's wisdom?
Well, it's really funny. I can bounce off what Tamara was saying. Part of the beginning of my awakening was when I became pregnant with my daughter. And there was, an inner voice telling me that once this child was born, I needed to step into my true soul's purpose, which was to pass on, like Rebel was saying, a bloodline that I may have not known about at that time, or I wasn't recognizing it. So from when I was a young age, I would have, it goes back to my dreams, like Tamara was saying, like I would have these dreams of this witch, and, witches or burn them at the stake, but in reality, that was just a part of our history that was keeping these ancestral teachings buried, so I do truly believe that I have a wisdom inside of me that it's not just, passing on the man's name. Usually it's like, okay, well, you have a kid, you pass on the man's last name. But for me, it was, this child is going to be more powerful than and that means you have to step into your power as well. So for me, that's when it really, really, really started. Having more visions, having more dreams, connecting, to the other side more, and just going down what I call these digital rabbit holes and learning more and more things. And I'm like, well, am I connected to these religious practices, or am I connected to ancient Egypt in a way that maybe it doesn't make sense because here I am, a white woman, but in reality, these are things that I had to deal with. But I'm like, but I've always been connected to all these other things. So that really made me start exploring it more.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
I think what the theme that we're seeing here, right, is that when we begin to open ourselves up to the fact or the possibility that all of these programs and things that we've been taught all of our lives, some of it may not exactly be right. And some of it may be hindering us, and some of it may be holding ourselves back. And when we begin to get tired of the repetitive traumatic experiences over and over and over and over again, um, then I think I think all of those things happen because there is this kind of plot to either keep us from our eternal wisdom, or that's the way that that life is meant to be lived. Is that we're supposed to discover all of these things all along the way, and then you know hopefully then take it and elevate it to the next level so that before we pass it along. I mean, I felt this, I've talked about this before, feeling this tremendous feeling of legacy holding my eldest granddaughter. Like the day she was born, they brought her to me, and I'm just like, that's a similar feeling you hear fathers feel or grandfathers feel. I felt that. I was like, no, this she's this is legacy here. All the things I couldn't teach your knucklehead daddy and your aunties because I wasn't prepared to do it then, like in a good way, right? I'm just in my 20s trying to survive 3 kids. But now I can take all of this and imbue it and download it into you. And just knowing that it's just been amazing. Okay, we could be here all night. I'm not gonna keep us here all night though. I want to kind of I know this is a really quick panel, but I want us to really wrap up and think about a couple of things. When you think about connecting to your wisdom, so we're talking about connecting to the internal, which is eternal within us. And it's not only contained within us, it's outside of us, it's all through us, right? It's what animates us. I'm gonna go back down through this way again. Lindsay, what would be, if you could think of like one practice that you have found that helps you kind of ground and reconnect and get, when you're feeling a little lost or whatnot, or here, it could be that way too. What's one practice you'd like for folks to take away from today, if you could recommend anything?
For me, it's really, I envision myself constantly grounded with a shield around me. I do, because I pick up on a lot of other people's emotions. I get, really amped up or anxious, and I had to fight a lot of, mental illness. And I did that by literally picturing myself as a tree, standing still, even if there was chaos around me. So I do that on a daily basis, instead of having these thoughts in my head that are intrusive or negative. I just take a step back and I picture myself a tree, and I put my bubble around me and I float through the day. Because if I didn't do that, I really don't know where I would be at this moment in my life, to be honest.
Wow, that's beautiful. That's beautiful. Thank you. Tamara, you talked a lot about meditation. Is there a specific kind of meditation, or do you want to elucidate on anything else that you use in your day-to-day to kind of connect to your wisdom?
Meditation, yes, but I can talk about the different types. There's other, I don't just every day just sit down or lay down for 10 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever. I might not do that, but it's just getting quiet, just even if it's just 5 minutes. And I really love to do it first thing in the morning, like when I wake up, before I start moving into my day, I take a few minutes to just ground myself after a night of sleep, and just grounding myself for the day to prepare myself for the day. And then I also meditate, or I actually fall asleep listening to meditations and affirmations. And it's just allowing me to clear my mind to begin my day, and then clear my mind from declutter from the day. So that's what I do every day. Yeah.
Lord knows everything.
Yes.
That's very important. Awesome. That's beautiful. And certainly last but not least, Rebel, what's a practice that you do? Or I know that connecting ancestrally is not just something someone can just do. So I don't want to make it simplified, but what would you recommend for people to kind of reconnect?
What helps me is verbalization. And it's interesting because in my day-to-day life, I'm very quiet. Like I'm not shy or anything like that, but I reflect and I observe more than I talk. But when I do need to connect, or I do need to ground myself, I speak, like I talk to myself. And it's interesting because as an only child, it's something that I would do, and I would get made fun of by my cousins because I would do it. But it really does ground me. And also I speak in tongues. And so that really, really, I don't know what it is that I'm saying, but it's connecting to something, and it gives me a lot of clarity after I do it. So those would be the things that I do.
I love that. No, yeah, I mean, you are speaking with the tongues of angels. You're actually, that's a different language that your spirit understands, I guess, is the way that I've always explained it, right? And you're literally connecting to creation and creator and universe and love and God and what, but we're so intertwined with that which created us, or the all, the all is what it's called in Hermeticism, and we're so intertwined. I think that one of the things that has been robbed from us is just having the understanding and the knowledge that you came here connected, that you came here with your own, yes, kind of consciousness. I find it interesting when we talk about subconsciousness, with your own subconsciousness, that you're having your own, interactions and your own human experience, but you're still connected to the collective greater consciousness. That doesn't stop the minute you get born. So I feel like that's something we've been robbed of, but I love each of you and how you reconnect and take that moment, right? To be like, let me get back into it. And let me get that wisdom, right? You consciously know to tap into that in those ways, because each and every one of you do it in a way that connects you to the collective consciousness again and takes you back to your eternal self. That is just all a part, right? It's all flowing. Oh, Tamara, you're an only, I forget. We have only, you were made fun of talking to yourself too? Oh, Lindsay's the same.
All day, every day. I have a constant dialogue in my head from me. Constantly. Yeah.
I find it weird when people don't. I'm like, what do you mean? You don't have a voice? And I have 3 younger brothers. So I'm like, you don't have a voice? Because there's always one going on. Sometimes that voice is singing and playing music. So I'm having a party. Y'all are missing out. Anyway. My daddy used to say sometimes the only intelligent person he could find to talk to was himself. Anyway, I'm going to leave that alone. Ladies, this has been fabulous. Thank you guys so very much. What a great way to end today. I want to thank each and every one of you again for your wisdom, and honor you guys for your wisdom. And thank you for sharing with everyone today. We appreciate you guys. Thanks. All right, gang, we are going to wrap up today. Can you believe we made it? We've had a great time, though. We've had a fabulous time from 1 to 5. We're gonna wrap this up on time. We're gonna be back tomorrow. Thank you so much, Cheyenne. Thank you, Snehi. I'm gonna actually repost our chat. I will repost it on YouTube and on X and everywhere. so that everyone can take part in that as well. Now, remember, gang, we are getting together tomorrow at the same time, and I put the thumbnail up. If you want to get backstage, you see the ones that don't have like the avatars. That's everybody backstage. That's everybody in the studio, okay, in the StreamYard studio. If you want to get back here absolutely for free, just go to https. Oh my God, I'm sound so old. I'm not that old. Go to soulfulreconnection.net and sign up for your free general admission ticket. And when you do sign up for a VIP ticket, $20 of every $29 VIP ticket will be donated to Hurricane Helene relief here in Western North Carolina. Now, I want to briefly give you guys the lineup for tomorrow. I should have had this up, but my bad. Let me see if I can add these folks in here really quick. Yep, I can. So we're going to add these in. Now, tomorrow, we're going to be starting off again tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. And the first beautiful woman I'm speaking to tomorrow is going to be Michelle. And her talk title is Surviving the Ghost: What to Do When Your Partner Disappears from Your Life. And then next up after Michelle is going to be the lovely Lindsay. And Lindsay is going to talk to us about grieving in the midst of your awakening, right? We shed all these things and we open up the doors and all of it. And now we get this newfound information of what happens. Oh my God, our old life is gone. So we're going to talk about that, right? Then we're going to take a really quick break. And then we're going to bring the lovely Cheyenne to the stage. And she is going to be talking about empowered motherhood, healing, energy healing for pregnancy and postpartum wellness. Guys, you do not want to miss this. If you're with child, if you know somebody with child, if you just had a child, if you're thinking about, please show up, send everyone here. And then last but certainly not least on the list is going to be Alana Hay Thomas, and she's going to be talking about authentic living through self-awareness. And then we're going to be having another panel tomorrow. What is empowerment to you? All right. Thank you guys so much. Yep. We're going to leave this up on YouTube. Thank you so much. And then, yeah, I love you guys. Okay. You may not see me later on tonight, but you might if I get a second wind of energy. All right. Peace, love, blessings, and joy be unto you today, tomorrow, and for all eternity. I appreciate you all so very much. Namaste. Bye, guys.